And on Zoom to order. I'm calling the open session. Where's our student board member hasn't arrived, but our alternate is? Yeah.
Alternate's not coming today.
Okay.
Miriam will be here.
Sorry?
Miriam will be here, but she's on the
Okay. Well, in that case, perhaps may I call on our trustee at the end of the table, one of our new trustees, Munson, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Usually our student board member does that, but would you?
Ready, salute.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Sorry for surprising you, but we must always adapt. Okay, now we're on the introduction of board members and staff. We'll start with a trustee to my right.
Veronica Andrade, trustee, Area 7.
Sarah Northrop Gaddis, trustee.
Jennifer Marquez, trustee.
Hello, everybody. I'm Rebecca Munson, trustee Area 6.
Welcome. Good evening, Pamela Gardner, trustee.
Good evening, Nancy Altman, trustee.
Kelly Schiefer, executive assistant to the superintendent.
Good evening, Carmen Garcia, Superintendent. I would like to address our Spanish-speaking audience. Tenemos traducción simultánea. Por favor, hagan clic en el icono del mundo debajo de la pantalla. Hagan clic en el icono del mundo debajo de la pantalla. Gracias por estar con nosotros.
Thank you. I should have introduced myself. Board President John Horner. Other staff? Oh, sorry. Sorry, Dan.
It's all right. Buenas
Jumping
noches.
around.
Good evening. I'm Diana Jimenez, the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services.
Julia Gary Jacinto, Director of Elementary Education.
Doris Lopez, Director of Fiscal Services.
Mr. Chang, you're up.
Good evening, Culvera Chang, Assistant Superintendent of Business. Thank you.
And our most important board member, student board member Faruqi.
I'm student board member Mariam Faruqi.
And rounding out the team, Assistant Superintendent DeVires. Please introduce yourself. Yeah, you're up.
Good evening. I'm Diana Taveras, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, we're on item D, adoption of the agenda. Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you, Trustee Munson. Do we have a second? Oh. Trustee Gardner has a question.
I would potentially like to ask to move a couple of the agenda items. Would you like me to do that now or after we adopt
So
it?
you're asking to reorder some of the items on the agenda?
Correct.
You can make your request, and then either Trustee Munson can accept that as a friendly amendment or withdraw hers. So just process-wise, but please.
Sure.
Say what your request is.
I was going to request that we move K5 and K6 up to between K2 and K3 and move I2 and I4 to before K7. The reason being, I would like for the discussions to happen before it gets way into the night so that hopefully most of our school community can hear and listen and be a part of that.
So you're asking to move K5 and K6 to where?
K5 and K6 to up between K2 and K3 and to move I2 and I4 to before K7, please.
I'm sorry, I'm just having trouble. I4, K4? This is-
I2 and I4 to before K7.
So two of the communication items.
again, hoping to allow the conversation, the meatier conversation about the budget to happen more towards the, earlier in the evening than at the very, very end of the meeting.
Okay, so that's a request to amend the agenda order. Trustee Munson, do you accept that as a friendly amendment?
Sure.
All right, in that case, so we have a motion, and I guess Trustee Gardner is a second on the table to amend the order of the agenda to include all the same items, but to do them in the amended order. Staff, are you able to accommodate that request? Okay. So, Student Board Member Faruqi, what's your view of this amended agenda? I agree. Okay, an aye from our student board member. Other board members, please, if you agree, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Okay, so that carries and Ms. Schrieffer will help keep me in track. And my other colleagues around the table will tell me if I get it wrong. This is very unusual. We'll give it a go. Okay, get back to the regular agenda. So the motion carries as amended. Closed session action report. We have nothing to report out of closed session. And then recognitions and presentations. We'll start with the Morgan Hill Unified School District Education Foundation Awards. Put on my other hat with that foundation. I see one of my colleagues there, Wendy Sullivan there as well. So do we have representatives from these various groups? Was anyone able to make it tonight? Great, let's come up front here. Yeah, try not to trip. I'm going to come around.
Take your name tag off.
You really put a Post-it over my name tag.
Be careful.
So thank you. The most important thing about this is these groups have all gotten their real checks already. Wendy Sullivan is also on the board of the Morgan Hill Unified School District. Anyone who's involved in getting your real checks, please come up here. And just for those that aren't familiar, this foundation, this is its first year of operation. The purpose and intention is to gather resources from the community that's not you all, or not mostly, so not the parents, not the staff, not the people that are already putting in so much time and so much resource, and look for further resources in the community to support the various great work you're doing in support of students. We had over 3 times as many requests for funding, all of which were outstanding as were available, but we were able to, in this cycle, give out $22,380 to Barrett Elementary's VAPA program, to the San Martin Gwynn Home and School Club to support their assemblies, the Live Oak and Sobrato High School Ethnic Studies to go on some field trips, which is amazing, the Sobrato High School Band, and the CARE support teams. So thank you all for the work you're doing. Anyone would like to say something about the work of your organization? You have like 10 seconds, maybe 15. Anyone?
I'm just here to, I'm the SMMA for the high school band. Just thank you for the support.
Yeah.
We're here for the CARE team, and we just wanted to thank the foundation for giving this opportunity to the students to go on field trips to colleges.
Anyone else?
We just recently got to take our classes to the Mexican Heritage Plaza in San Jose as a field trip, and that was really educational for them, and they had a really good time. So thank you.
Want to add anything, Wendy?
Just a thank you to the community that supported the launch of this foundation to be able to make this possible. And I don't know if, as a community, if you were aware, but once we put the call out for grant applications, we did convene a grant review committee. We had a rubric, a matrix for the applications to be evaluated against. So we really tried to be thoughtful in how the money and the funds were distributed. And we want to thank the grant review committee, those who volunteered to serve, read the applications, score them, and to help the board come to a final decision in terms of distribution. So thank you to all involved, and thank you to the community for supporting this effort.
Thank you, and hopefully there's much more to come. The whole mission is to get the 75% of the adults in the community that don't have a current engagement with the school to do their part in supporting your work. So we're off to a good start, but thank you all. All right. I need a little rotating name badge here. Okay, very good. Now we're on item F2. Principal Bookser and the JAM school staff will give a presentation about the Jackson Academy of Math and Music.
There we go. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Patrick Bookser. I'm principal at Jackson Academy of Math and Music, and we have a presentation for you tonight. Kelly? I'm going to try to do this under 10 minutes, as promised. So first of all, I want to thank our school site council president, Emily Wilcox. She's right over here, who came tonight to be part of this presentation. Emily is also in charge of our book fair, which is the California leading fundraising at our school for Scholastic Book Fair. Our school leads California with the biggest fundraising, which is amazing, and all the books come straight back. So it's under her guidance, and anyway, we're very proud of this symbol. We want to thank the City of Morgan Hill for voting our school as best school of Morgan Hill. As a public school agent, I believe in all of our schools, and we're very proud of that. Next slide. Our school vision is about keeping kids alive with their learning, and for that, we have a set of guiding principles that drives us as professionals. And so you could ask any one of the people at the school, and they will tell you that our vision is about keeping learning alive. Next. There's our demographics. About half of the school is in K-5, the other half in 6-8. We've consistently had over 600 kids for the last 13 years once the school was transformed into a math and music school. Next. All the classrooms are full. You can see it starts going up more in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And that is because we add an additional class as the kids come into the school. So of the 690 kids, every room is full, and I like it that way. Next. Breaking down our demographics. Students who identify as Hispanic, students who identify as white, you can see are the majority of our populations, and a few percent other. It's interesting to note the numbers over here on the right-hand side. You can see how the demographics break down, just a view at our school. Next. Our student groups are there as you can see, and our students who are experiencing economic hardship represent close to a quarter of our population. The students with disabilities, roughly 17, and our students who are unhoused, roughly 7%. Next. There we are. There's our staff. We just took that picture recently, actually, so that's everybody. And most dedicated professionals I've ever worked with. Those people are all in. And we take one step forward together. So it's a true honor to serve the group that I work with. Next. These are pictures of student engagement. You can see in our 8th grade class right here, Mrs. Lissel is working with kids. This is Mrs. Lefevre working with a small group of 5th graders, while the remainder of the class is working on another assignment. Our 1st grade class over here working with their iReady, and also this is our 3rd grade class, and I believe that is a science STEAM class in 7th grade with Mrs. Van Holt. So I wanted to humanize some of the future data that I'm about to tell you and what we're doing on purpose. And so when we say we're meeting in small groups, this is what it looks like with having classes of 32 and 36. Next. So our first goals are focusing on college and career. Our first goal is in the area of iReady. We want all of our kids to increase and meet their goals in iReady. The second part of the goal is to increase the testing for CAS by 10% in reading and math. The third goal is in the area of our dashboard. As the California dashboard comes out, we want to be able to go from where we are out and grow each year with a level moving forward. And then finally, the bottom part is maintaining our English learner progress so that nobody goes backwards and everybody goes forward. Next. You're doing great, Kelly. You are doing great, Kelly. Don't you worry. I know. We took some data and we analyze data a lot at our school, and it drives a lot of our decisions. The first column you can see over here in blue, these are our iReady tests that kids took in fall last year. And here in the red are the iReady tests of the students that took the fall this year. So we're getting better for both reading and math, and literally is for kindergarten through 5th grade. That is our local benchmark testing for literacy. So last year was our first year, fall of 23, and fall of 24, you can see the increase. Slight, but increase. Next. This column represents the students' scores that took that performed at or above standard in May or June last year, and this is the column where students took the test in August, September this year. So we awarded our students that showed growth by giving this award up here on the right-hand side, and you can see that almost 350 and 321 respectively for ELA and math. So we're proud of our kids' progress, and we look forward to more growth as the years come forward. And this is taking some momentum in our school next. These are our current test scores. A couple ways to look at them. You can look cohort from 66 to 65. These are the tracking of the students, 30 to 54, 52 to 65, and so forth. We want to get better in math, whereas 63% of our kids at or above standard in reading and roughly 50 at math. We want to get better in math, and we're doing some very purposeful things for that. My mentors have always told me that when you are moving this group along from 37 to 52, from 31 to 40, you are doing the right thing, and that's the socioeconomic disadvantaged groups. So I'm glad to see that level of progress, and that only encourages us to do more. Next. Whereas we monitor our students who have been reclassified as English learners, I just wanted to show this graph that as the kids move on into high school, we don't have any students that are far, far below. And in fact, they actually outperform the rest of the school. So it's only credence and support for students with 2 languages. And I think that's something to celebrate in our school district. We have a high level of standard for kids as they move through our school. Next. And looking at our LPAC data, the area of reading and writing come up in the area that we need to work on and focus the most, which helps them get to this reclassification. And so of the 71 students, here's how they performed by levels 1, 2, and 3 in listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Ultimately, it's academic vocabulary, academic conversations, and holding students accountable and ourselves to support them with reading and writing. Next. So some of the actions that we wanted to share with you with what we're doing talks about identifying essential standards, breaking them down, creating common formative assessments, analyzing our weekly data, and this gives you pictures of what it looks like with whiteboard work, working with their data on iReady while other groups are happening, and small group instruction at the table. Next. Any good teacher will tell you that multiple checks for understanding are important. When you check for understanding, you're making sure on purpose kids get it, and that helps to unpack their misconceptions. So structured student talk is super important. Whoever's doing the talking is doing the learning. And so we encourage kids with academic vocabulary, inquiry, and a productive struggle using math. You can see right here, these kids are all working together, solving a problem, and this is kind of a building thinking classroom model for mathematics. Next. Our second goal focuses on parent engagement, including our back-to-school nights, our parent conferences, attendance, and some of our principal chats. Next. How about looking at this graph, roughly half of the school showed up for our back-to-school night in person, and the other half was contacted via email, phone call, Zoom meeting, but we wanted to make sure 100% of our parents got the information that we were conveying during our back-to-school night. We have sign-in sheets for our conferences as well, and 100% of our parents attended our conferences as well, too. Next. As far as the parent engagements, this is a dark photo, and that was about 5 a.m. in October on Halloween, where they laid out over 1,000 pumpkins, and here's our families that are supporting our pumpkin runs. This is one of our first home and school club meetings. We had close to 50 parents show up. So there's just a multitude of parent opportunities in our school, and we do purposeful outreach to the community, and it's a blessing to be able to give that back to the community and engage. Next. These are pictures of our Unity Day. We raised over about $50,000 for our pumpkin run, gave out hot chocolate to all the kids, and there's probably more parents on this playground right here than there are children. And that was the truth. It was just it's a wonderful environment in which we've supported both the community as a whole. Next. This is our math and literacy night we just had a few weeks back. Again, our Santa's breakfast and all the people who helped set up at the book fair. So there's a lot of parents and supports and families that are coming to support the school as a whole. Next. Our professional learning teams work closely in grade levels each week and beyond. And you can see some pictures of the teachers that are unpacking standards, creating common formative assessments, creating SMART goals. And then after they teach, they analyze the assessments and then make those decisions on how to best help support kids through small group instruction, whiteboard work, academic vocabulary, the pictures that you saw before. Next. The 4-to-4 questions, our superintendent has led this charge for us for years, and it's coming to fruition. This is somewhat of a play sheet that we follow for what do we want kids to learn, how do we know they're going to get it, what are we going to do if they get it, and what are we going to do if they don't, and what are we going to do if they already know it, and how are we going to extend that. And so we have a data protocol sheet that our school uses, puts the students into somewhat of who got it, who kind of got it, who didn't get it, and what are we going to do about it. And that's broken down by standard. And so it's a very strategic approach to analyzing data in a very simplistic manner and yields some of the best results that we can possibly get from quick assessments. Next. Our attendance data, we want 95% of our students to come every day. We communicate with the families weekly. And we want to lower chronic absenteeism by that dashboard so that we can get into the blue. Next. So you can see over the years that those graphs look good. That means kids are coming to school. The message is out there. Currently, we're at 10.6% for chronic absenteeism. Next. We also communicate and inform the community weekly. So for each week of the school year, we track the data and then we inform the community that 95% is our goal. And when this presentation was made, 8 of the 14 times we had already met that goal. So it's exciting to see that. And I got to give it out to our student services team. They got all dressed up, silly and goofy. Where's Jessie? Where is she? Did she already leave? Anyway, she's in there, and it was fun. We had a good time. Next. We also break it down by our independent studies. And so when kids are in school, they learn. Independent studies, if need be, you have to take them, but you can see that we discourage those because we want kids in school. And over the years, we've been tracking that on how they're doing. So it's, they're coming to school more, and that's better. Next. So more student engagement from our PBIS, our Western Days. This is a picture of our wellness center. We do a problem of the month that I want to show you in the next slides coming up, and lunchtime activities with our mascot. Next. Here's our 9/11 ceremony we do annually every year. I think it's important for kids to know that. We bring the whole school out there and incorporate the community, do a raising of the flag and lower it halftime, half mast, do a moment of silence. Our scout troops come out to support that, local PD and fire department. Next. We just recently, last Saturday, had our, worked with the city to do the Magical Bridge holiday celebration due to the rain. We relocated at the school, and I didn't think people would come, and before you know it, there was, a couple hundred people there, right, John? It was a big event. Veronica, you were there too. It was a fun time. Next. Problem of the month. This is with South Valley Mathematics Initiative. Low floor, high ceiling, multiple entries of students to enter into problems with productive struggle, engage in critiquing and justifying their answers. As you walk into school, you'll see different locations and different exemplars of our students. Next. Our PBIS, this is probably the bread and butter of our school, is making sure that there is a strong Tier 1 approach toward teaching and learning, as well as behavior and reinforcement, and that allows kids to feel safe in school and take chances. And so we work very hard to establish that at the beginning of the year. Next. And then there's some pictures of our clubs from our tobacco prevention education, which we were the second in the county with the most students that participated in it last year. Our after-school band, middle school sports, and our ASB math counts. Next. Some more pictures of all the kids and families doing everything at the school. These pictures help to kind of humanize the data that I went over with so that you guys can see it. Next. And in closing, this is our 13th year at Jackson Academy of Math and Music once it was reconstituted, and I'm just very proud to be able to serve the community and the teachers and parents and kids that I work with, and I feel very, very fortunate. So, and again, I want to give a special thank you to Emily Wilcox for coming out here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Buchser. Any questions or comments? Looks like you covered it all very thoroughly. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. Vice President Andrade? There you
I
go.
just wanted to compliment you on the highlighting and giving certificates out for student growth. I think that's really important. Oftentimes we focus on the score at the top, and so growth is so important. So I just really want to applaud you for that, and then also to building and extending those learning opportunities for those advanced students. So thank you for those efforts.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Not trying to cut anyone short. Anyone else? It's a little hard to see from here.
Got a
Okay.
busy agenda. Thank you very much.
Okay, very good. Thank you again, Principal Buchser, and the entire Jackson Academy of Math and Music team. Okay. Our next item is item G1, approval of minutes from the regular board meeting of November 19th. Do we have any requests for changes? And if not, a motion to approve the minutes as submitted? Okay, can someone make a motion to approve them then?
I move to approve the minutes from the agenda last meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Munson. Do we have a second? Thank you, Trustee Northrop Gaddis. Student Board Member Faruqi? Thank you. Other trustees, if you agree, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Now we're on item H, public comment for items not on the agenda. Members of the public may address the board on any topics not on the agenda at this point. If you want to address the board on agenda items, we'll get to that at that item. The board may not discuss items raised which are not listed on the agenda. Topics not on the agenda that are brought to the board's attention may be investigated by the administration and a report made to the board publicly or privately at a future meeting. Comments by visitors shall not exceed 3 minutes. And then, Ms. Schrieffer, is this one on here for today, or is just the one? Okay. So first, I believe in the room we have Ms. Debbie Wilson. Is Debbie Wilson here? Hi, thank you very much. The microphone's right up there. Make sure the little green light is on, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. It's on the very top. You may have to kind of bend it down to.
Oh, there it is.
There we go. Very good. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Tonight, I wanted to read out of the book of Isaiah, chapter 53, starting with verse 1. Who has believed our report, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? For he shall grow up before him as a tender plant, and as a root out of dry ground. He has no form or comeliness, and when we see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him. He is despised and rejected by men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief, and we hid, as it were, our faces from him. He was despised, and we did not esteem him. Surely he has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows, yet we esteemed him stricken, smitten by God, and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgressions, he was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and by his stripes we are healed. All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned every one to his own way, and the Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He was led as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before the shearers is silent, so he opened not his mouth. He was taken from prison and from judgment, and who will declare his generation? For he was cut off from the land of the living. For the transgressions of my people he was stricken. And they made his grave with the wicked, but with the rich at his death, because he had done no violence, nor was any deceit in his mouth. Yet it pleased the Lord to bruise him. He has put him to grief. When you make his soul an offering for sin, he shall see his seed. He shall prolong his days, and the pleasure of the Lord shall prosper in his hand. He shall see the labor of his soul and be satisfied. By his knowledge my righteous servant shall justify many, for he shall bear their iniquities. Therefore I will divide him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong, because he poured out his soul unto death, and he was numbered with the transgressors, and he bore the sin of many, and made intercession for the transgressors. And we know John 3:16 says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life. And he sent his Son not to condemn the world, but through him all might be saved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Next, we have Brian Adams. Mr. Adams here. K6.
I do see a green light. There you go.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Brian Adams. I'm a member of, quote, the community, if you will. Been here for bunches of years. And I've just basically heard a lot of stuff going on about our school district, and I just wanted to make a couple of statements about it, if I might. It seems that, you know, the question I have is, how did we get to this place? In 2021, trustee Mr. Horner brought in a superintendent, I understand, from Southern California with documented history of personal issues and financial mismanagement in that particular school district. Problems so severe that San Marcos Unified let her go, and I think I understand that as being fired. Before her, our former superintendent guided the district through a global pandemic, worked with labor groups to reopen schools safely, and led us with a budget reserve nearing 30%. Now, under this superintendent's reckless leadership, our reserves have plummeted to just 12%, and student performance is declining. Yet she said parents and teachers made, quote, flat out lies, end quote, for expressing concern at the last board meeting. Fiscal responsibility, it appears to me, has been abandoned, and Trustee Horner seems very indifferent to it and implied it's not a problem. San Marcos saw the issue and acted. When will Morgan Hill and all you folks do the same thing? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Next, we have Teresa Vizcarra. Is Teresa here? And hopefully I pronounced your name correctly. If not, please set me straight.
Yes, you did.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Teresa Vizcarra. I'm a paraprofessional at Central High School, and I've been there for 3 years, and I work in the beta program. I work with Mr. Grant, and I just want to let you all know that please don't try to downsize this Central High School Special Art program. These children, I should say these children, these students need us. And I mean, I just started, like I said, 3 years ago, and it's a small little community. And these students need that. They need that support from us as far as just listening to them. They're having a bad day, or if they needed extra help with anything as far as their schoolwork. That's what Central High School is, and especially in our program. I get very emotional because that's my passion right there. They're like my second family. And, you know, just to hear the rumors that Central High School is going to be downsized, I really feel that you all need to look at this at a point of a student, not by a budget or anything, but by a student. These students need us, and especially the curriculum as far as education, you know, it's so bad right now, and it's just not here. It's happening everywhere else. But being firsthand and being there and seeing these students come to school, you know, some of them don't even have a house to live. They're living in the street. And they come to school and they're hungry, and we're there to give them something. If they're not just an everyday thing, I mean, they don't have that backup as far as somebody to talk to. Myself and my other 3 pairs that I can mention, Mr. Lopez, Miss Kelly, and like I said, Mr. Grant, we all are there for them. So I just want to express, please, just really look at that as far as Central High School being downsized, and look at the beta program. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you for the work you're doing every day and for taking your time to speak with us this evening. Fourth up, we have Ezekiel Cohen. Is Ezekiel here? Did I pronounce your name correctly, sir? Thank you.
Green light, right? Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
All right, well, good evening, everyone. Superintendent Garcia, along with everyone else, all the trustees. My name is Ezekiel Cohen, and I don't really do a lot of public speaking, and I'm far from a politician, but I do want to share something today. I'm actually here in support of Pamela Gardner, and I'm here because I want to tell you about a difficult situation that I had to experience in my junior year of high school. So basically, one Sunday morning, I was introduced to Pamela by one of my church friends, and learning that Pamela was a board member, I began to tell her about my difficult experience during my junior year in high school. I was very shocked that my history class became very politicized, and the teacher had like very obvious political biases, and it was very like far left from center, and the teacher, basically he didn't present history from an objective viewpoint. It was rather his revised version of history. And he really didn't leave any room for discussion. And he made it clear that I certainly wouldn't be safe offering an alternative viewpoint. Rather than responding with something like, that's an interesting point, I used to see kids get humiliated in front of the rest of the class if they ever opposed to one of his ideas. And in speaking with other students in multiple schools across different cities as well, it's not really an isolated experience. My concern is that school districts like Morgan Hill USD state that they stand for elevating student voices, but from what I've experienced and what I've heard other people experience, it's somewhat different than that. Students' voices are only elevated if they align with the teacher's perspective. And I feel like that shouldn't be the case, especially with something with public education, because it's nonpartisan and it's, everyone pays for it, so it's not one political party or the other. And I'm not really saying that, every teacher should agree with what I think, but I think that they should not only allow, but I think they should encourage students who present their views differently. And I feel like teachers should teach the students how to have effective discussions with those offering the different point of views, which basically creates a space for unity and, everyone can get along. But when I discussed this with Ms. Gardner, she not only sat down with me and listened, but she really did take the time to hear me and hear what I was saying. And this was even though she was in the middle of campaigning and busy with a lot of things. And she also promised me that she would work very hard to prevent other students from feeling that way. From feeling that way, from what I felt in that highly politicized climate and culture of public education. And I mean, it did really mean a lot to me, and I appreciated her compassion and empathy as well.
Thank you for, we are a little over. Can you wrap up?
Yeah,
Sorry.
yes, sir.
Appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah,
to
no
talk to us.
problem. I just hope that Ms. Gardner continues to stand against politicized classroom bullying, and I hope that the board supports her as well in doing that. Yeah, that's all I have, so.
Thank you. Thank you for taking your time to speak with us tonight. Do we have any other public comment? Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to item I1, our student board member report.
So I'm going to hope to keep this pretty short, but starting with Sobrato, they had their girls soccer in the Firebird Classic tournament a few days ago, and they got second place. Congratulations to the girls soccer. Girls basketball also placed second in their Warren Johnson Memorial Tournament on the same day, so congratulations to them as well. And they had their band and choir winter concert on the 12th. Moving on to Live Oak. So actually, I want to begin by saying I appreciate the public comment that just happened because it's actually pretty relevant to what I'm doing. I'm starting a student advisory council, and I'm working with Vicky. Right now, I'm starting it at Live Oak, but through Vicky, because she's a Sobrato student, it's going to start at Sobrato as well. And I'm hoping for this to also grow into the central and the middle schools and elementary as well. But what I imagine for the student advisory council is that it's very diverse, as in I don't want just kids who are just in leadership to be in it. I want to be everybody who's maybe quiet or outspoken or they're Hispanic or Asian or black or white, or maybe they're more Republican or Democrat, it doesn't matter. I kind of want everybody because all of those type of people make up our schools. And I think it's really important to have that, especially to help me be a better student board member and understand what our students want. So yeah. Moving on to Burton Middle School, they had their winter band concert on December 10th, and Jackson Academy had their music concert on the 12th. El Toro Elementary, they had their winter concerts, TK to 5th grade on December 10th. Martin Murphy had their coffee chats with parents, part of their parent engagement for December 13th. Barrett Elementary had their Holiday Fest and choir performance on the 6th. As well as their holiday festival and resource fair. And they also had their Project Cornerstones December 12th and 13th, and their choir performance is tomorrow. Paradise Valley had their first grade holiday performance. They're having it tomorrow as well. PA Walsh is having a coffee chat on December 11th. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Now, per our revised agenda, we'll move to item I3, employee group reports. We're starting with the Morgan Hill Classified Employee Association, President Cheryl Van Deventer. Ms. Van Deventer?
Good evening, President Horner, Vice President Andrade, trustees, Superintendent Garcia, staff, and guests. My name is Cheryl Van Deventer, and I am honored to be the president of Morgan Hill Classified Employees Association. On behalf of the officers and members of Morgan Hill Classified Employees Association, I extend a very heartfelt welcome to our new board trustees, Trustee and Vice President Andrade, Trustee Marquez, and Trustee Munson. We look forward to working with you and our returning board trustees. We are hopeful as we begin and continue our collaboration with all of you. Our officers and members thank also our outgoing board members, Adam Escoto, Mary Patterson, and Yvonne Rosales Montes. We trust that they will continue with their unwavering support of our students, staff, and community. And the only other thing I'd like to add to that is that I personally would like to wish each and every one of you a blessed Christmas. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, President Van Deventer. Now for the Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers, their president, Jim Levis. Mr. Levis?
There's a light somewhere?
Sorry?
Oh, there's Oh, no, you said for the timer, we're not.
Oh, no.
I was just wondering, there's no green light or anything?
No, the green light was just
That light,
on the mic
okay.
to make.
Thank you. I was trying to figure out
We
where
know,
that was.
we can hear you in the room, but on Zoom, it's hard with no mic.
Well, good evening, newly elected President Horner, Vice President Andrade, Board Trustees, Superintendent Garcia, staff, and guests. I am Jim Levis, the proud president of the Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers. I want to thank Jackson, principal, for your great presentation. A lot of really cool things going on at Jackson. On behalf of the MHFT office staff, I would like to thank the returning board trustees for your continued advocacy for the students and staff of the district. And I would also like to welcome the new board trustees, Veronica Andrade, Rebecca Munson, and Jennifer Marquez. And we certainly look forward to working with you this year. In following the MHFT communications plan with the board this year, MHFT office staff shared earlier today a Google Sheets presentation with all board trustees focusing on student engagement. We encourage you to take the opportunity to look over what members have identified as important successes and challenges they are experiencing this year. Lastly, this evening, I want to acknowledge those who made the Budget Advisory Committee possible, from the board trustees who directed its implementation, to the district staff who assisted in its execution, to the committee members who performed the work. I now look forward to working with the district in order to understand the implications and impacts to my members regarding the reduction of approximately 8 FTEs to the certificated employees as indicated in the recommendations before you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levis. Okay, item I4. Oh, Mr. Bookser, I'm sorry. Welcome back.
Not a problem.
I'm
back
now
for
for
more,
the
John.
Morgan Hill Educational Leaders Association, back for a second time. The always wonderful Patrick Bookser.
Thank you
sir.
so much, Patrick Bookser, Jackson Academy Math and Music Principal, and your Morgan Hill Educational Leadership Association President, Mahela. Wanted to, first of all, welcome all of our new board members and introduce to you our Mahela Executive Board. I'm the president. Joe Ganan, principal at El Toro, is the vice president. Julie Aguirre Jacinto is our secretary. And Mickey Valeja is our treasurer. She's got the checkbook at Sobrato as assistant principal. Mahela is 69 members strong. We comprise principals, vice principals, assistant principals, school psychologists, district administrators, both certificated and classified, confidential executive assistants, occupational therapists, athletic directors, and district office coordinators. So of the 69 members, we work collectively together to support our professional organization. The process for Michaela to give updates at each board meeting, we will come give you brief updates on what we're doing both in the district, different departments, and just keep you informed of what we're doing both legislatively as well as locally. So I know we have a heavy agenda tonight. I wanted to thank all of you and welcome everybody to our first new board meeting as a new panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buchser. Read my notes much more carefully. Sorry about that. Okay, item I4, the board member reports, we're moving to a later time. Item I5 is the calendar. The calendar of board-related activities is published, attached to the agenda. I'm not going to bore everybody by reading it aloud, but we can now move on to the consent calendar. So, trustees, are there any requests to move for further discussion or to make comment on any of the items listed under the consent calendar? These are items that are semi-routine, but if anyone has a question or a comment on that, can make. Trustee Altman, please.
I want to pull item J2F.
So J2F. Any others? Okay, then, seeing no others, can I have a motion to approve the remaining consent items?
I motion that we move to approve the consent items.
Okay. We have a second? A second from trustee Northrop Gaddis? Getting that, Ms. Schrieffer? Okay, thank you. Okay, student board member? Aye. Other trustees, please say aye if you agree.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. Okay, trustee Altman, J2F has been our practice. We just go right to any pulled consent items rather than trying to juggle the calendar further.
And I'm going to be
Question or comment, please?
operating off of memory here. If nothing else, it's a comment. This is a contract for around $54,000 with a PR firm.
I have it
56.
as special education, non-public school contracting,
geez.
J2F.
Then I pulled, I'm sorry. Then can I just make my comment for, this is embarrassing now. Other than, I really wish in this time we would not be paying contractors to do things like, that aren't really directly impacting our students in the classroom. So paying for a PR firm when we have a communications, a perfectly functional communications coordinator. So I am opposed to this type of spending.
Okay, well, note your comment. I think that, I will note your concern. I think that actually goes with another agenda item, but that's fine. Would you like to make a motion to approve J2F, the special education contract?
Absolutely. Since I messed up, I move that we approve that one.
Thank you, trustee Altman. Do we have a second?
A second.
Trustee Marquez? Sorry, it's hard to see everybody. Okay, student board member? Other trustees? Aye, if you agree. Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Okay, that now passes unanimously. Got to get back. So now we're going to item K1, which has not been moved, correct? So item K1, the 2023-24 Personnel Commission Annual Report. Assistant Superintendent Tavares will introduce this item.
Good evening, trustees and audience members, Superintendent Garcia. I would like to introduce tonight Chairperson Victor Loshi. He will be presenting the report to you this evening, and he will be available for follow-up questions. Victor?
Thank you very much.
Get this set up for the short guy. Good evening, everyone, and happy holidays. As Diane mentioned, I am Vic Loshi. I am the current chairman of the Personnel Commission. Unfortunately, the other two commissioners weren't able to make it, so you'll have to do with me. My apologies. I'm here tonight to continue the tradition of updating the board on what we have done for the year at your last meeting. And normally what we do is a brief definition of what the Personnel Commission does. There are approximately 100 districts within the state that have a merit system, and we are one of them. So among the state districts, we are definitely a minority. So it makes us a little special. But I'm going to go ahead and start off for the new board members and give a brief definition of what the Personnel Commission does. The Personnel Commission is a body that oversees the hiring and promotion of classified employees based on the fundamental principles of merit and independent of the Board of Education. 3 personnel commissioners are appointed for 3-year staggered terms. Even though they represent different interest groups, they work together with the staff of the Human Resources Department and ensure compliance within the merit system rules and regulations. There are 3 of us, just to give you an idea. One of us is appointed by MESIA, that is myself. One is appointed by the board, yourself. And the 3rd commissioner is appointed by the other 2 sitting commissioners. And that would be Don Moody is your current commissioner, and Kevin File is the one that we brought in. Personnel commissioners are invested and committed community members who must be known adherents of the principles of the merit system, thereby helping to ensure the highest qualified employees and the fair employment practices related to the classified staff within the purview of the commission. The Personnel Commission is responsible for maintaining a merit system for classified employees of the school district and for fostering the advancement of career service for such employees. To execute these responsibilities, the California Education Code provides that the Personnel Commission's duties shall be classified positions, recommended salary ranges to the Board of Education based on the principle of like pay for like work, hear appeals of disciplinary and dismissal matters, conduct fair and objective recruitment, selection, and appointment procedures that result in the establishment of eligibility lists to fill vacancies with qualified support staff, and prescribe rules and regulations related directly and indirectly to such described personnel practices. The merit system intended to provide fairness for classified employees was created to ensure that a district hires and promotes qualified classified employees through consistent and lawful testing and fair and impartial hiring practices. This is accomplished through a set of rules adopted by the Personnel Commission and is subject to the provision of the California Educational Code. The merit system encompasses these basic principles and concepts. Number 1, hiring and promoting employees on the basis of ability with open competition and initial employment, retaining employees on the basis of performance, correcting inadequate performance and separating those with inadequate performance that cannot be corrected, and training employees as needed for high quality performance, and finally, assuring fair treatment of all applicants and employees and aspects of the personnel administration without regard to race, color, national origin, age, religion, political affiliation, gender, mental or physical disabilities, sexual orientation, affiliation, with proper regard for the privacy and constitutional rights as citizens, and protecting employees against political coercion and prohibiting the use of official positions to effect an election or nomination for office. So basically, a quick summary of our year. It was an interesting year. We initially had a new director who is typically the assistant superintendent. The initial director had a short-lived stay with us. He was not versed in the merit districts. And unfortunately, I feel like we did 1 step forward, 2 steps back. And all 3 of the commissioners were very frustrated. And so a couple things happened. I reached out to the state, and I spoke with one of the state directors who teach and are one of the experts in the merit system for guidance. And right around that time, we hired a new assistant superintendent, Diana Tavares, to my right here. And the timing couldn't have been more perfect. She came in with merit district experience, and you had a board who was extremely frustrated and wanted to get the commission back on track. And she has been phenomenal in between the guidance from the director at the state and Diane. I feel like we are on a great path. We are just hoping to get this back up and running so that it runs smoothly. It makes it easier for future commissioners as they come on board. And we're here to make sure that the employees are taken care of. So I feel like we're on a good track. And I just want to thank her for all her assistance because she's made our job much easier. So, and I'll end this with, we all do 3-year terms. I was terminating out this year. I'd already made vacation plans and retirement parties. And then Cheryl approached me and asked me to do it again. So I've canceled those plans and here I am. So anyway, everybody was given a small pamphlet that breaks down some of the things we did through the year. Thank you to Reina and Pooja, who are our assistants. And speaking of that, and this was something that we really appreciated, normally the assistant superintendent is our director, but I know she's very busy and she understands that as well. So she went ahead and hired a supervisor in human resources and assigned her to be our director and gave us a say in that, and it's been working great. So if anyone has any questions, feel free, but otherwise, that's all I have for you. Anything?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your
Have a Merry
report and
Christmas.
for your work. And trustees, any questions or comments? Trustee Gardner, please.
Which member did you say didn't have the background in the merit system?
So that was the original assistant superintendent, Pat Sanchez was his name. Okay. And he was here for, I don't know, I'd probably say 6 months before he left. And so, any other questions? All right, everyone have a happy holiday and a Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for failing your latest attempt at retirement. I'm sure the entire union is happy to have your support. Okay, now we're on to item K2, approval of the Human Growth and Development Curriculum. Yeah, on that last item, that's a receiver report. There's nothing for us to vote on. So on item K2, Assistant Superintendent Jimenez will introduce this item, our Human Growth and Development Curriculum recommendation.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Julia Aguirre Jacinto, and I'm the Director of Elementary Education. And I am here with the Curriculum Evaluation Team. And before we start, I'm going to have them all introduce themselves.
Hello, my name is Alex Carlson. I'm the Assistant Principal at PA Walsh.
Good evening. I'm Kristen Matzis, Elementary Literacy Teacher on Special Assignment.
Hello, I'm Renee DeVillas. I'm a 5th grade teacher at Nordstrom Elementary.
Hi there, Colleen Kenyon, 4th and 5th grade teacher at Los Paseos, where it is Spirit Week, which is why I'm so sparkly.
You wear it well.
So I want to start by saying a special thank you to the members of the team who were able to join us tonight. We did have additional teachers and some parents on the team as well, but they were not able to join us tonight. If you had a moment to review the rationale, you would know that human growth and development curriculum must align with the education code, and our current 5th grade curriculum is in need of updating. The curriculum evaluation team was made up of teachers and parents, and tonight the team will share with you the process that they went through to look at the different curriculums and share their recommendation with you.
I get the pleasure of talking to you about legislation. So we are going to talk about first, why are we evaluating the curriculum? As Julia talked about, we are not in alignment with what the following state critical components have. So we're talking about the California Healthy Content Standards. These standards are the minimum requirement for comprehensive health education and include topics like growth, development, and sexual health. The second is the California Framework for Public Schools. Adopted in 2019, the framework supports a health literate student who could make informed health decisions and maintain positive health practices throughout their lives. The third item on there is the Healthy Youth Act of 2016. This mandates medically accurate, age-appropriate, inclusive instruction in topics related to sexual and reproductive health SDI prevention, and healthy relationships. Additionally, the current curriculum contains significant product placement from Procter & Gamble, which detracts from its educational integrity and does not reflect our commitment to unbiased research-based materials. Next, please. This is the timeline that we have been working under as a committee of teachers, parents, and the director, Mrs. Aguirre. Dr. Aguirre, we went ahead and did a review following all of these state guidelines and looked at the curriculum with an evaluation tool. We spent time really digging deeply into what the standards say and what needs to be included in them. We also did a lot to look at those curriculums that were highlighted, which we'll talk about how we selected those in a second. We had our teaching staff volunteer to teach a lesson on friendship from this curriculum. And then we have our presentation to the Elementary Curriculum Council that happened on the 2nd of December, and then our presentation to the board tonight of the items that we are reviewing and recommending. Next, please. We also hosted parent information sessions in English and in Spanish. These are the flyers and the dates that those events happened at to let the community know that we are reviewing the human growth and development standards to be more aligned with legislation and the MUHD board policies. Next, please. This is the legislation and background that we're going to talk about in a little bit more detail, as I stated from the California legislation. Next, please. The first one that we're going to talk about is that Healthy Education Framework from 2019. This one talks about having the health of, this one, did I? Oh, I'm missing one. Apparently I'm missing one, so we'll talk about this one as well. Nutrition and healthy physical activity, growth and development and sexual health, and personal and community health are all highlighted in this for every grade from K to 12. Next. Oh, and these are the screenshots of those standards that you can look at in more detail. There's a couple if you want to just take a look at them for the 7 standards that are addressed. Now we're here, yes? Okay. Now we are in the health framework for public schools. This one highlights those healthy practices for 5th grade standards, specifically focusing around nutrition, physical activity, human growth and development, sexual health, and personal and community health. It explicitly recommends that students not be separated by gender during instruction, ensuring inclusive environments and equity for all. Next slide. Now I'm on track. This act and their goals clearly align that students have a knowledge and skills to protect their health, including preventing unintended pregnancies, HIV, and STIs. It promotes healthy attitudes and behaviors related to growth and development, gender identity, sexual orientation, and relationships. It emphasizes inclusivity, medically accurate, and age-appropriate education and instruction. While this act does not mandate comprehensive health education before grade 7, districts are encouraged to provide foundational, age-appropriate education earlier with trained instructors delivering medically accurate information. Okay, next slide. In my next life, I'll be a lawyer and know all of this. This is the MUHD board policies that are in line with those initiatives that I had spoken about previously for the California Framework Acts and that legislation. This includes the comprehensive inclusive instruction on sexual health and HIV prevention, promoting healthy relationships and safe behaviors, respecting parents' rights to guide their children's education and values. Next slide. This is also a board policy for MHUSD that talks about having certain criteria for instruction and materials, which our committee has considered and gone through. We also are in line with the prevention of HIV aligned with our legislation. The use of professional development, where these teachers that are delivering these instruction need training in what's age appropriate for delivering these content standards. And then the use of consultation or guest speakers can be used in the classroom under this topic, and the ability to have certain instructional materials that are applicable for it. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to talk to you about it from the perspective of a fifth grade teacher and how we decided which curriculums to look at and finally which one we chose. So we sent out a survey to the fifth grade teachers, and on the next slide, you'll see the results from that survey. There were several curriculums that we had to choose, or we got to look through and choose between. And the top 3 vote getters were the ones that we decided to look at as a committee. On the next page, or the next slide, you'll see the ones we chose. So we looked at Positive Prevention Plus and Flash and Health Smart. These are the 3 that we finally decided on out of the initial 5 that we started with through the survey. And then the committee looked at each one of these each week when we met, or each time we met, I guess is a better way to put it. So we'll look at how we evaluated that on the next slide. So we used we used a tool, the curriculum assessment tool, we called it the CAT, and we used this tool to help us evaluate each one to make sure that it met the criteria that was important to our district, which would be very important supporting our newcomers and our English learners, and that it also would align with what our middle and high school were doing so that it would flow through easily. The products, we would want them also in Spanish as well as English, and that it would be developmentally appropriate. Go to the next slide. So the first one we looked at was Positive Prevention Plus, and it was very well put together. There are a lot of pros about it. It was weekly lessons, 8 lessons total. It had even homework that the students could take home that was appropriate for them to discuss what they learned in class from their parents or with their families. And there was also a way to orientate the parents with that, and it aligned well, again, with our middle and high school. We had some concerns. We really had a hard time getting the sample lessons. They're very protective of their materials, and trying to get even our hands onto the sample lessons took a lot of effort on the behalf of everyone here. So, and also we're concerned, it's a 2-day training, but you know that this is material that we want to be very accurate when we say it, and it's information that we're going to need to make sure that we're careful about what we say. So the 2-day training is important. And we also had trouble with getting the Spanish lessons and getting access to it, but we finally eventually were able to get some sample materials in Spanish, and that really helped us. Are we saying yet which one we chose? Oh, okay. It helped us with our evaluation. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. And this was Flash, and one of its pros was it's free, but you get what you pay for. And it's available online. It really lacked a lot. So lacked visuals. There was no evidence that we could find that it was in Spanish or supporting even our English learners. And the pacing of the lessons sometimes they were 30 minutes, sometimes they were 90 minutes, so it was a little bit confusing. And it was saying things like, write on the blackboard. So it was very old-fashioned. And it seemed very teacher-focused and relied on a lot of teacher individual preparation and interpretation, which could mean there wouldn't be consistency throughout. And we'll go to the next slide. And then we looked at Health Smart, and it had 3 different ways you could do it asynchronously. I'm having trouble with that one. Live and in person, and there was a virtual one as well. And some of the lessons even had some take-home activities, so we liked that. It's really nice that the kids would take this home and discuss it with their families and get their family's perspective on things. And the materials were available in English and Spanish, so we liked that. It was a full year health curriculum, so it meant that's a concern. That meant that we would expect this to add to the load of with all the things we're already expected to teach for the whole year. And there was nothing for the parents, no parent letter or information for the parents. And the vocabulary was not aligned with the health standards. We had a lot of concerns about some of the lessons on that one. Sorry, there was some things about abstaining from alcohol, which in fifth grade is not really something we discuss, and not culturally inclusive. So that was our third one we looked at. Okay, next slide. This is still me, right? Okay. So we decided that Flash and Health Smart were not recommended based on the testing for based on the pros and cons. And so we decided to go ahead and do a test lesson with Positive Prevention Plus. So we went as committee members, fifth grade teachers who were in the committee, we got a lesson to teach. And next slide. And we did one, it was on friendship, so it was very, easy to teach. And it included, didn't include any resources about the human development or puberty yet. We did send a letter home to our parents, letting them know we were going to do that and giving them the option to opt out if they wanted to. And we all just taught one lesson and brought our feedback back. And next slide, we have our pros and cons. So the content was very good. We enjoyed the content. We thought the students had really good responses. And the slide presentation that was provided by the program was good too for the students. The students were very engaged, and it kind of ran it like a class meeting, like it was very interactive format. And it was a good time of year to do it. They knew each other well enough by this point that they were comfortable talking. If you'd done it at the beginning of the year, it might not have gone as well. And so the students talked a lot in the lesson. They were very interested in the material, and it was also available in English and Spanish. For some concerns we had, the format was a little bit boring, and the teachers really had to add their own pizzazz to it, which we do all the time anyway, so we're used to that. And students were not familiar with some vocabulary, so we had to add a lot of scaffolding to it. The Spanish materials, again, were not originally provided, so that was a little bit of a struggle. I'm sure once we pay them the money they want, they'll be happy to give us everything that we want. And we did not ever find out if there was a teacher Spanish edition, so that's part, I don't know if we have an answer to that yet. And the video, there was a little video in it that was a little bit awkward. I think it was like lesson 2 or 4, so maybe if we had seen the previous lessons, the video might not have been quite as awkward because we didn't know the characters and things like that. I think it's kind of like a show that you have to know what happened before. So that's where we are and with Positive Prevention Plus.
Next slide, please. All right, as mentioned earlier, another consideration that will be a shift for Morgan Hill Unified is co-educational lessons. Next slide. So co-educational lessons refer to when sexual health instruction is most effective when it's provided in an open, safe, supportive, inclusive, and judgment-free learning environment. This refers to not separating students by gender. While some teachers may prefer it because it feels more comfortable or more familiar to them, this is not recommended in the framework for public schools. Receiving puberty and sexual health education separately, separated by gender, can foster anxiety and misinformation between those genders and allow for some students to be misgendered if they feel like they don't belong in either of those categories. Next slide. We also have a quote from our district nurse in Morgan Hill Unified. They state, human growth and development is beneficial to fifth graders to provide them with a fact-based understanding of the changes in their physical development. Fifth graders are developing more complex friendships, aren't they ever? And beginning to understand how things are connected. Learning about human growth and development can help them understand how social context impacts development. Learning these topics in a co-educational environment can help them understand gender, gender expression, and gender identity while learning how to communicate respectfully with people of different genders. Next slide. As a team, we discussed both the framework and the feedback from our district nurse, and here is some of the feedback that was provided. Co-educational classes, like mentioned in the framework, were most effective compared to the separated genders. When we taught our pilot lesson, we did do that in a co-educational setting, and the feedback was positive. Based on personal experience teaching in co-educational classes in another district in fifth grade, teachers recommended this for open discussions, where it became more of a science lesson. It became less hush-hush, whisper-whisper, and it really was anatomy. It helps support that accurate medical information, as was mentioned earlier, being shared amongst students, and students get to stay with the adult that they've built the relationship with throughout the year, instead of going for an hour a week to another adult who they don't have the relationship with and may not be as comfortable with asking questions or sharing concerns. Next slide. Okay.
All right, I get to do the recommendation. So the curriculum evaluation team recommends moving forward with Positive Prevention Plus for their 5th grade curriculum. We recommend the curriculum be taught in the co-educational setting, and if adopted, the 5th grade teachers for this year would receive the training from Positive Prevention Plus in winter 2025 to prepare them to teach this at the end of this school year. Next slide. So this was our voting results. It was a unanimous 9 of our 9 responses elected to move forward with Positive Prevention Plus, and only 11% opted to not vote for a co-educational classroom as included in the health framework for California. Next slide. So we brought this to the Elementary Curriculum Council. The Elementary Curriculum Council recommended moving forward with Positive Prevention Plus as well. And they recommended that the curriculum be co-taught in the, taught in the co-educational setting. And this was the results from their vote, a unanimous 11 out of 11 for Positive Prevention Plus. And 72% recommended that we teach this curriculum in a co-educational setting.
All right, so this is our overview of next steps from this meeting forward. And so tonight we're presenting to you all, starting tomorrow until January 14th, the curriculum will be available for public review at Los Paseos, San Martin, and here at the district office, so that it will be represented in all of the cities that we cover. And then we will come back to you on January 15th to hear your vote regarding adopting this curriculum for our 5th grade students. If it is adopted, as was mentioned, the teacher training would be in early 2025. There will be information meetings for 5th grade parents and guardians in early 2025, and then the instruction to students would be delivered in the 3rd trimester. And that is the end of our presentation.
Okay. Very good. Board members, including student board member, any questions for staff on this? Okay, I think I see Trustee Marquez and then Trustee Gardner. Anyone else queued up? And then our student board member. Please.
First of all, thank you for your presentation. It was very informative. Just a question on the 5th graders. Did you do a sample testing, and how many classes did you do, and was it various schools?
Yes, so it was various schools. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it was at least, I want to say 4 or 5 schools. It was the teachers who were participating on the curriculum evaluation team, and the parents of the students who were participating were the ones who were notified. So it did not go out district-wide.
Thank you.
Very good. Trustee Gardner, next, please.
Thank you. Good presentation. Thanks. Very informative. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, thanks. So on slide number 11, the MHUSD Board Policy 6142.1, I don't know when this was put into place, but bullet point number 2, I see that, so this is 5th grade, 10 years old. You're referencing being taught gender, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, relationships, marriage, and family. So my question, I mean, I'm probably a little bit old school. If I were a parent, I don't think I would want my child exposed to the public school teaching that to them. So are there opt-outs, and when are the parents made aware of that, and how, is that something that, is it just one of these, send it out, and if you see it, you see it, if you don't, you don't, oh, well, gee, sorry, I didn't realize you didn't see the notification. So I would hope that that would be something that we're really sensitive to.
Yeah, so for this year, if we move forward, we're looking at hosting parent information nights at every school site. I will be personally hosting them, and then sending out lots of notifications to families. And moving forward, we're looking to see if there's a way to send out notification at the beginning of the year so parents are aware that this type of instruction happens in 5th grade. A note to the board policy is that is a policy comprehensive for all of our grades. And so part of Ed Code is that it needs to be developmentally appropriate. So they're not explicitly addressing all of those things in 5th grade. They talk a lot about friendships or like building healthy relationships. And when they talk about relationships in 5th grade, they're talking about friendships. And like if your friend is trying to coerce you into doing something, you know, how would you respond? And starting to build some of those foundations for as they get older, those are the same skills that they're going to apply as adults.
Okay, great. Think that is helpful. I did have a couple more quick questions. Let's see here. On slide number 19, I'm just really curious. Why is it, let me get there, I'm sorry. On HealthSmart, you said that one of the concerns was it's not culturally inclusive. And my question is, why is suggesting a member of a church for more information not culturally inclusive? Am I interpreting that correctly?
Yeah, we were concerned that they didn't say like a church or synagogue or mosque, that it wasn't inclusive of multiple beliefs.
That's probably what they inferred. Did you have a follow-up conversation with them about that?
I mean, it's from the publisher. The publisher put the word church in there. And so when the team was discussing, the team discussed that term and some other terms were not particularly inclusive to the community. And also this was an extensive curriculum. It was 37 lessons, which would be a significant impact on our teachers.
Okay. And then I think the last one I had, in slide 24. I'm sorry, let me get there. Here we go. I think it was 12. No, I'm sorry, maybe it was slide 28. I'm sorry. I have to say I do respect the teachers that voted to not recommend it. So the coeducational. So what kind of path forward does that give for the teachers who aren't necessarily overly comfortable with teaching the coeducational? I mean, I understand that it's something that's built into the framework, but it isn't a mandate. I mean, there's a lot of latitude built into these things. So you're deciding as a whole for the district that this is how we're going to do it. What happens to the teachers or for the teachers that aren't necessarily comfortable with that?
Yeah, so, and speaking with some of the teachers, it's just hasn't been their experience that that's how it's been done, and they're really not sure what it would look like. So we're going to start by providing the 2 days of training, and actually Kristen Matsis is going to be participating in the training so that she can support the teachers with whatever questions they may have, or if they want someone to go model a lesson or co-teach a lesson to see what it might look like.
Okay, thank you. So I guess if I could wrap it up, you're saying this is available to come take a look at, and I could make an appointment and stop by the district and check it out?
Yep, starting tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Student Board Member Faruqi?
So far, a few of my questions have already been answered by the two trustees, but I guess I also wanted to ask, for the parents or the students who decide to opt out themselves due to whatever, would there still be like another way to give them the same education? Like, let's say they didn't want to be in a co-ed classroom, or maybe whatever it is, would they still be able to receive the same like information and education, even though they wouldn't be with whatever class they'd be in with the majority?
So our current process is that you can opt in or opt out. There's not really a hybrid kind of option because the curriculum, when we purchase it from the vendor, is for the school district, and they don't really have a home component. So there's some homework lessons that go home so that the students can talk about it with their families, but there's not like a comprehensive home component.
Okay. And then I guess I also wanted to ask, I'm assuming this is like a toned down version of the high school version.
Yeah.
Does it go into like political like topics for the 5th grade version?
No, so like she mentioned, it's all like medically accurate information. So there is some like anatomy lessons, and then there's some friendship, and just making sure that like some of it's like health So like making sure you shower, making sure that you know, are cleanly, those kinds of things.
Yeah. And I guess my last thing, I just wanted to comment. I really like your recommendation on this, like of just changing the health curriculum. I think it's definitely something that was needed. I remember pretty clearly my 5th grade health class. It was not like, it was like not co-ed. It was girls and boys separate. And then like, I don't know, it was pretty like very, very, very tamed. And it was just like, it didn't teach about anything that was kind of like actually important for health at that age, especially because, right, like puberty, it is going to be starting around that age or in a few years. And I think at that time, it definitely would have been helpful for me to know that kind of information, especially with anatomy and medical wise. And so I think like, especially because a lot of students, you're right, like may not know the proper hygiene techniques, like maybe their mom or their dad didn't teach them. And I think like, it's really important that they should know that, even if it's from the school and whatever, if it's with a bunch of boys and girls, I think it's really important that they know those hygiene techniques, both boys and girls. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Altman.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. It's interesting, thinking about it, because it's such a big, for those of us older, like, wow, co-ed. And I think it's fantastic in terms of demystifying. And so, but then someone said something that just clicked with me. I'm wondering if any religions will not allow their students to participate because it's co-ed. I know I had some families when I was at Britain whose parents were extremely sensitive about their girls being around boys. So that just might be a consideration, and seeing if there is a particular religion that is opposed, that maybe even they could have the material to their members outside of school in a single-sex setting.
And we can definitely look into that when we hold the parent information meetings and kind of learn more about individual needs.
Great, thank you.
I want to add on to Ms. Altman's thing. I do agree. I think my family is from Islam, and my family, like my family isn't that strict when it comes to co-ed, but I do know generally in Islam, it is like a pretty strict thing when it comes to, especially on this kind of topics. And I do think like, even if the Muslim community here is small, it's important that they still deserve to have that same education. And just because like their parents or their belief doesn't like gets in the way of having the same education as the majority, they should still deserve to have that information either way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Seeing none, I will add my thanks. This is not an action item tonight. Thank you for all the work you've put into it, for introducing it. You took me back to my own 5th grade experience and the trauma I recall. That was a long time ago, but I didn't know why all the boys were going here and all the girls were going there, but whatever it was, it couldn't be good. So that was a long time ago. I'm getting to yeah, in the snow up a hill. But anyhow, so thank you very much. That completes this item for tonight. As was mentioned, all these materials will be available for people to look at and review and study. So there'll be roughly a 4-week period before we come back for potential final approval. With that, we're about 90 minutes in. Our next items are quite lengthy, so I'm going to just call us. I'm going to call us, now it's a 6-minute, very short stretch break until 7:40, and we'll resume picking up on item K5. So see you at 7:40. I gotta go.
is from adopted budget, the first interim, and then present you the multi-year projection assumption and what the in the current year and also in the 2 years out. In addition to that, we'll provide you with a financial position of all the other funds outside of the general funds. And then for your consideration, we'll go over next steps and future considerations. Next slide, please. Okay, so why do we have to do first interim? Well, school districts are required to do a multiple of reports during the year. Starting with July 1st, you know, the district is required to submit an adopted budget to the County Office of Education for their review and approval. We're at the second step of the report and update. First interim is due to the county on December 15th. We're a little behind because of the board meeting date, but they understand. The next report is going to be brought to the board as part of the second interim report in March 15. And then the estimated actual around June 30th, this is part of the adopted budget for the upcoming year. And then starting in June, from June to about September, that's when the district closes our books. And then in the middle of September, we'll be bringing the unaudited actual report to the board for approval that shows, you know, how we ended the year. Right now, it's the first interim. It's the second update of the report during the year. Next step, Kelly. So what is a first interim report? It's actually a report that captures all the actuals from July 1st through October 31st, and then project what we're going to be ending the year with. In addition to that, we're required to do a 3-year budget, current year and 2 additional year. And the reason for this is that, you know, school districts need some time to identify any issues that they may have. And so a 3-year window provides that opportunity to make any corrections if they need to. Part of the interim report requires the districts to certify itself in 3 classifications: positive, which means that we'll meet our obligation for the current year and 2 subsequent year. A qualified certification means that we may not meet our obligation for the current year and 2 subsequent year. A negative, which is a really bad one, it means that we will not meet our obligation in the current year. We are certifying ourselves as positive, which means that we'll be meeting our obligation for the current year and 2 subsequent year. Next slide. So in terms of changes from adopted budget to first interim, I'll start first of all with the enrollment. At adopted budget, we were projected to serve 7,915. Our district's pretty stable, so we remain with that number throughout the 3-year window. But as of first interim, as we were preparing the first interim report, we were doing warm body counts. And at that point, the enrollment was at 7,838. So that is a reduction of about 77. We have been keeping track with our enrollment. And as of last Friday, I'm happy to report that we've seen an uptick in our enrollment. We're actually at 7,966. So better than what we projected at adopted budget, to the tune of about 51 students. So we're making a positive trend in that area, and we're going to keep monitoring that throughout the whole year. Next slide, Kelly. This slide shows the changes in LCFF entitlement. The first row, COLA, cost of living adjustment, you'll see there's no changes there. The assumption that was provided in the enacted budget provided a COLA of 1.07% in 24-25, 2.93 in 25-26, and then 3.08 in 26-27. We'll get some updated numbers in January, but at this point, those COLA remain the same since the budget was adopted. In terms of the second row shows the current year projected ADA. There's a slight increase of about 1.73 in the current year. Same, because we're using the same enrollment throughout the second and third year. We're using a modest attendance percentage rate of 92.5. That's been kind of the trend of the districts over the last few years. And so we're keeping that, and we'll continue to monitor that. If things get better, we'll update that at second interim as well. Because we are showing that, so school districts has the option of using different option in terms of LCF funding. The first option is you either get to use this year's ADA if it's higher than last year, but if last year is lower than the 3-year average, the prior 3-year average, we're allowed to do that as well. And so we're using the 3-year prior average to get our LCFF entitlement. So for this year, the ADA, the funded ADA is a little over 7,500. In year 25, 26, it's 7,886. And then in year 26, 27, that is 7,318. In terms of actual total LCF entitlement, not a material change. This year we saw an increase of about, or we're projecting to see an increase of about $190,000. Next year, we're projecting to see an increase of about a little over $121,000, and then in their 3rd year out, just a little over $24,000. Next slide, Kelly. Okay, this slide shows the changes in unrestricted general fund revenues from adopted budget to first interim. As you can see, that the first line, LCFF, we just went over that. Not a material change, $190,000 increase. Federal dollars is a very small pot of money. This is the medical, the MA reimbursement. We kept it the same as adopted budget. Other state, to the side, to the last column, those are the big programs under this category. So you have mandate reimbursement, lottery is a big one, and then transportation revenue from the state. And so those are the 3 big buckets that comes up to the $2.5 million in state revenue, other state revenue. And then in other local revenue, the big buckets of money here are interest, which we're projected to receive about $1.5 million in interest revenue. And then facility use. These are rental of space and facility that we rent out to communities, any other organization that are interested in using our facilities. Next slide, Kelly. This slide shows the changes in the restricted general fund revenue from adopted budget to first interim. I put this in 3 different buckets in terms of the restricted program. There's 3 different programs in the restricted general fund. The first one is the RRMA, which stands for Routine Repair Maintenance Account. The budget there is about $4.2 million. Districts are required to fund this program every year. They're required to put 3% of their total budget into this program every year to help maintain the facilities of the school district. The other bucket is under Fund 06. These are mainly grants, entitlements, donations. The current budget's about 15.7. There has been an increase of about 1.6 from adopted budget to first interim, and mainly those are related to the wellness grant. We got some additional money from the Valley Health, and so those were the major increases in there. And then on the 3rd row, where it says Fund 080, Special Ed contribution, you see that there's a material change, but it's really a change in accounting practice, and I'll explain that a little bit later in this presentation in terms of the details. Next slide. Oh, wow. Okay, so this slides is a snapshot of the unrestricted general fund and the changes from adopted budget to first interim. Starting with the first line in LCFF dollars, you'll see that, again, not material change, about a $190,000 increase. Other state revenue, to the tune of about 148. The biggest change in this area in terms of revenue is the other financing source. That is related to the contributions that we're making from the unrestricted to the restricted. You may recall at the last board meeting, we shared that through the work at the block, we did a deep dive into the special ed program, more of a budget reconciliation and cleanup. And we were able to identify here about $800,000 in savings to reduce a special ed contribution. I want to make it clear that we're not reducing any current services to special ed. It's more of a budget cleanup to see where the savings could be generated. So that's on the revenue side. On the expenditure side, not much is a change. You see that total expenditure at adopted budget was at about 92.6. And at first interim, almost similar. There's about a $26,000 delta in total expenditures from adopted budget to first interim. Next line covers the revenue over expenditures. This shows whether we're having a surplus or operating deficit. There was a little improvement here at first interim. At adopted budget, we were projecting to have an operating deficit of about $10.5 million. That number got reduced to about 9.3, and mainly this is a savings in special ed. And also during the work of the block, we also did an analysis of some of the open positions that are still in the budget. And in that process, we were able to close out about $465,000 of savings. So all that contributed to the reduction in the operating deficit from 10.5 to 9.3. Moving over to the fund balance component of this budget. At adopted budget, we were projecting to begin the year with about 36.4 in the unrestricted general fund. In addition to that, we were projecting to also have a fund balance of about 3.8 in the special reserve fund. And with those fund balance and the operating deficit, we were projecting to end that year at adopted budget at about 29.8 in fund balance, which equates to about close to 20% in reserve percentage. Moving from adopted budget to first interim, when we closed our books, our fund balance actually grew from 36 to 41.2 in the unrestricted general fund. Our fund balance in Fund 17 grew from 3.8 to $4 million in the special reserve fund, which brings the total available reserve to approximately $45 million or a little over that. With the projected operating deficit of 9.3, we're projecting to end this year with about $35.8 million in reserve. And in terms of percentage, it's about 24.3% in reserve. Slide 9. So we're down here now. Yeah. Sorry, this thing is it's very small. Okay. Next slide. Okay, so this is yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Just trying to clarifying question to understand this slide on slide 9. So we have an ending fund balance of 35.9 million against total expenditures of 92 million.
No,
how is the reserve percentage? It's a reserve of 24%, but we have almost $36 million. So where does that, what are the numerator and denominator of that reserve?
Thank you. That's a great question. So the reserve percentage is actually calculated on the total general fund expenditure. So it's both unrestricted and restricted expenditure. So it's actually over $147 million in total expenditures.
Oh, okay, so you might move this to a different slide, because this is all about the unrestricted general fund, except the very last line. If
Got it. I can make a notation of that.
you see why I'm confused?
Right.
Because that percentage doesn't relate to the numbers on this page. Not directly, not completely. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this slide is a snapshot of our restricted general fund comparison from adopted budget to first interim. The biggest change here is the LCFF revenue. Again, this is a change in accounting practice in our special ed program. It doesn't have a net impact on the bottom line itself. It's really just to streamline the entries to make it a little bit more efficient. And so, for example, in line number 1, where you see a reduction in LCFF revenue limit from adopted budget to first interim of about $4.7 million, there's actually an offset in the expenditure side, if I can point it out right here, in other outgo. And so this is where typically districts are used to report the cost or excess cost to the County Office of Education. We currently do not have an excess cost. The way special ed is calculated is that we get what is called AB 602 revenue, where the county office and the SELPA oversees all that revenue. And so this year, we were projected to receive about $6.1 million in AB 602 revenue. And then the total cost that county office is billing us for the students that they're serving on our behalf. Currently, we send about 30 of our students to county programs. Those 30 students right now are costing a little over $5.1 million. And so just looking at the total revenue and cost of CUE, we're actually getting money back to the tune of about $1.8 million to go and help and provide funding for our current special ed program that are being run here at the district office. Okay, in terms of the restricted program, those are not considered, the bottom line components are not considered fund balance, they're actually carryovers. And so the amounts that are not used in the current year will be carried over, and they can only be used for those specific purpose in terms of what the grants or entitlement are intended for. Okay. Kelly, next slide. So moving over to the MYP, or the multi-year projections, these are the key assumptions that were used to built into the multi-year projection. We'll start off with salary first. We include step and column every year. The percentage that we've used traditionally is about 1.75 that we built into every year's budget for salaries. Health benefits, we're keeping the same contribution cap. They vary from about $12,000 to almost $16,000, depending on the units, the association you're in, and the plans that you're taking. So we're keeping that constant. In terms of CalSTRS, the CalSTRS rate is at 19.1. That remains the same for all 3 years. CalPERS, this year we're at 27.05. Sorry. Next year will be 27.6, and then in year 26, 27, 28%. As I mentioned earlier, we are required to contribute 3% to the routine repair and maintenance program. And so that's built into our budget, the general fund budget. And then our special ed contributions, we show a slight increase from this year at 16.6 to about 17 million next year, and then 17.8 in year 26-27. The second last row just kind of describes or narrates some of the one-time funding that the districts currently have. Two major funding sources that are expiring at the end of this year is the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, and then the Arts, Music, Instructional Material Discretionary Block Grant. Those funds are projected to be exhausted all of this year. And so as a result, and all of those are in our restricted general fund right now. As a result of those money being exhausted, there's going to be a shift of current salaries that are being paid from those programs. That's going to be shifted from the restricted general fund to the unrestricted general fund starting in year 25-26. And then in terms of reduction that is captured in the last row, we mentioned this, about $800,000 in special ed contributions. We're in savings, and then the closeout of position for about $465,000. In year 25-26, we have not built in any other additional reduction that is reflected in the fiscal stabilization plan. And that's in the process of being finalized and presented to the board later this evening. And year 26-27 is status quo. Next slide, Kelly. Okay, so with those key assumptions, this is what it's looking like for the multi-year projection in the unrestricted general fund. Starting with the revenue component first, as you can see, in year 24-25, we're projecting a total revenue of about 83.2. That is net of the contribution to our special ed program and our routine maintenance program. In year 25-26, in terms of total revenue, a slight increase to about 83.6. And then in year 26-27, an increase to 85.2. And the main increase here is related to LCFF dollars and the COLAs, the cost of living adjustment that are applied to LCFF revenues. Going down to the expenditure column or section, starting this year, we're projected to have a total expenditure of about $92.6 million. And then in year 25-26, total expenditure of $98.8 million. And then in year 26-27, a projected total expenditure of just a little over $100 million. Going over to the fund balance component, starting with this year. As you can see, we started the year with $41.2 in unrestricted general fund. Fund 17, which is a special reserve fund, has a beginning balance of about $4 million to total about $45 million in total available reserve. That applied to the projected operating deficit of $9.3 million. We're projecting to end this year, again, with 35.8. Again, the reserve percentage is 24.3. Moving over to year 25, 20, yes. No. Yes.
Quick question. So what happens to the Fund 17 in the 25, 26, and 26, 27?
Thank you for that question. So in year 25, 26, we're assuming that we're going to be spending down Fund 17. There's been an express interest in the board to close Fund 17 now because it was just causing a lot of confusion. But in this assumption, we're assuming that Fund 17 will be spent down. So moving forward to year 25-26, we started the year with about $35.8 million and projected to end the year with about $20.6 million in total reserve. That's equate to about 14.5%. And then moving over to year 26-27, we're projecting to begin that year with about 20.6 and having a projected ending fund balance of about 5.7, which is slightly below 4%. In this scenario of the multi-year projection, we are presenting to the county office that we're still meeting our 3% reserve requirement without building any additional reduction that the board will need to consider later on tonight as well. Next slide, Kelly. Okay, so for the MYP for the restricted program, starting with total revenue, we're projecting this year to have about 45.8. Moving on to 25-26, total revenue of about 44.2. And then in year 26-27, total revenue of about $44.8 million. On the expenditure side, this year, we're projecting to have a total expenditure of about $54.7 million. That's mainly to spend down a lot of the carryovers that we incurred from last year. And even with spending down of the carryover, also projecting that we'll have about $4.1 million in carryovers moving forward to next year. And with a lot of the grants that we have right now, we have a window of about 3 to 4 years to spend that down. And so that's why you see that there's going to be remaining carryovers that will continue from the current year and on to the third year out. Next slide. Okay, I wasn't planning on going through this because it's really just the previous two slides put together to show you the total general fund budget. But President Horner, in terms of responding to your question, the total reserve is actually the percentage is calculated based on the total available reserve in the unrestricted general fund over the total general fund expenditure. So as you can see here, the total general fund expenditure is of a little over $147 million. Thank you. Thank you. But we'll skip this slide. Thank you. Okay, so this slide shows a summary of the financial position of all the other funds. I won't go through them line by line, but just highlight some of the big ones. Cafeteria fund. This is a self-sufficient fund. We're projected to end the year with about 2.8 in carryovers. Special reserve fund. This is what we have currently in there, about $4 million. Building fund. This is our bonds funds. Those are programs for our capital improvement, and we're showing that we're going to be spending down about $15 million of the carryover from this year to end the year with about $40 million in the bond funds. And then capital facilities. This is our funds that we track all of our developer fees. And so as you can see, we started this year with about 19.1 and projecting to add to the fund balance here to grow it to about $22 million by the end of this year. And then lastly, the Melrose, not significant increases from during this year. And then the bond interest and redemption. We don't control this fund. Fund 51 is actually controlled by the Santa Clara County office, not office, but Santa Clara County Assessors and Controller's Office. This is the fund that the county uses to collect property tax in order to pay off our bonds obligation. And so they post all the entries. They just give us a report to report it to our public, or in our community. Next slide. Okay, in terms of next steps and future consideration, tonight we'll be asking the board to approve the first interim with a positive certification. And once the board take action, then we'll submit this report to the county office for their review and comments. And then the next step is, the next item on the agenda is, we'll be presenting the fiscal stabilization plan recommendation for the board's consideration. And then, we'll continue to provide the board updates as new information becomes available. Again, the next sets of reports will be our financial audit that, we're planning to bring that in February. And then we're eagerly awaiting for the governor's budget proposal that's going to be made available sometime in the middle of January, beginning of January. And so based on that, we'll have some new information to be able to update our second interim report. And then our second interim report, which is due in March of next year, will incorporate both information that are being provided by the governor's budget proposal, and then any additional changes here at the local level, including any action the board takes in terms of the fiscal stabilization plan. Okay, next slide. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay. Board members, please raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question. Trustee Altman, I see you first.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the report. I have several questions. So starting with the change in special ed accounting, so is that just accounting for the a net number basically rather than budgeting out all expenses and revenue?
Yes, in theory, that is correct. Yes.
And what is the advantage to that?
So it helps simplify, first of all, reduce the number of entries that we have to post during the year. There's instances where we had to do conversion entries to back into what was in revenue and what was in expenditure. And also to better report accurately whether we have excess costs to the county office or not. Currently, we do not have any excess costs to the county office. In the instance where we have excess costs is where the AB 602 revenue is lower than what it costs us to send our students to the county program. We're actually getting money back this year because the AB 602 revenue exceeds the cost that we're incurring for sending our students to the county office.
Okay, so in terms of maintenance of effort then, will this cause any issues?
No.
And cutting whatever is getting cut out of special ed?
No.
So I'm going to stay on special ed for a moment. How do you budget for NPSs? I mean, the last 2 months, we've approved about $900,000 of sped funding. Is that in the budget currently?
Most of them are, except for, the additional one that just recently came in. Typically, when we, develop our budget, we based on the current students we have, the current caseload, who's in NPS, and then adjust to any changes during the year. Because there's instances where a student might move out, and, we have to account for that. And then there's instances where a student might move in that requires NPS services.
Okay, so that could account for pretty significant swings then.
Yes.
If I may, perhaps one of you can define for some of our new folks what an NPS is.
Non-public schools, so some students for whom we cannot meet their educational needs, the district has the option, or the parents will insist on having the students attend a school that can meet their needs at our cost, and we pick up transportation. It is.
If I may add, when we presented to the board the unaudited actuals, we presented about $1.5 million less in contribution from the general fund to special education. And so what Assistant Superintendent Chang and Director Lopez and others did was a deep dive on all things special education. And what he is, based on his analysis, he is determining that we will save about $800,000, not the 1.5. That creates a buffer for us, assuming that we will continue to save in our contribution costs.
And then I have some real specific questions on the criteria and standards review. I think it's page 23, 1B. It says that the district doesn't provide any retirement benefits other than pension, and that says no. And that confuses me since we do.
I believe that might be an error on the checkbox. I can check with that.
Okay,
That's the
yeah,
case,
because-
but we do provide OPEB, yeah.
I just went off of it on the beginning of this month. I'm turning 65 in a couple weeks, so you're welcome, everyone. I am no longer collecting. Then there was also another one. Let's see. The questions on the CSR also. One of the questions is, are we currently unsettled, basically, for our negotiating? And it said no, or it said, yes, we don't have any outstanding negotiations. And I believe we do, so.
We're not settled for this year with any.
Right, but on the form, it says we are. So it says there are no, it's page 20, S7A, 1A. If I got it right, or that might have been what I wanted to pull from the consent item earlier, since my notes are wrong, but just please, it seems to be incorrect there because we haven't settled with our bargaining units yet.
That's right. We can double check on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sorry, did you have a question, Trustee Gardner? Oh, okay. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm trying to keep my head on a swivel here. While you're looking at that, I'll ask one question then. Fund 25 developer fees, I've brought this up in other reports, that fund keeps accumulating, which is money accumulating is both wonderful and terrible. The terrible part is if there are meaningful things we can do to improve facilities for our students and we're not using the money. So, what plans do we have around that? I see that fund continues to grow. I understand there are some restrictions on what we can use it for, but do you have any insights into that, or is that work still to be thought through?
We're still investigating that. We see some potential projects in the near future that we could potentially use up those funds for. Anything in terms of related to expansions to provide any facilities, not just facilities, but programs for growth are eligible to be utilized for Fund 25. And so we're looking at some options that also addresses some of the districts in need that, are not part of the bonds program right now.
Yeah.
And so, that bucket is very important that we need to tap into that, especially once our bond funds are exhausted.
Yeah, so I'm going to use vague examples, not to be construed by anybody as a commitment to do something. But I know of places where we have a need, say, for expanded facilities for growing music programs. I know of needs where we have expanded facilities for certain career education programs. So that's not more students, but those programs are growing and don't have specific needs. And there are others I'm not aware of, so do not interpret this as a priority list, but those are just a couple of, hypothetical, semi-hypothetical, because they're real thing examples. Are those the kinds of things developer fees could be used for, even though it doesn't mean more students, but it does mean an expansion of a program to serve students?
Those are probably the most appropriate use of those funds. Related to that, I don't want to go specific in terms of sites, but there are additional space needed at some of our sites as well. And we can work with our attorneys, our legal team, to make sure that before we put it out any projects to be funded from that fund, that we're defensible.
Yeah, and then, yeah, I don't want to do anything not only illegal, but even questionable in that regard. So I'm not suggesting that in any regard. And also, just with my advocacy hat on with the other trustees, throughout California, as we advocate with our state legislature, we've been having conversations about, not all, but many districts have developer fee funds, and many have rapidly declining enrollment. I mean, I have friends in districts that have lost 40% of their students over the last decade, so, and are consolidating facilities. Fortunately, we're not in that mode, but we really want to understand if we should be advocating with the state, hey, you don't have more money, but can you give us some more flexibility with the money that's already coming in? So please keep that in mind as you do your analysis. I mean, it's related to this agenda item, and it's mostly work that happens outside this room, but that's something any, ammunition you and your colleagues in other districts can give us when we go do the advocacy. That would be helpful as well. Thank you. Okay, now back to Trustee Altman. I vamped until ready.
Thank you. For the 4,000s and 5,000s, it jumped up. I believe that's from carryover. Is that correct?
Yes, in the restricted general fund, that's related to the
And
carryovers.
what's the intention of using that money there?
I mean, there's carryovers in terms of grants that, we for example, maybe lottery, restricted lottery are intended for, yes, instructional material, new textbooks.
So I'm sorry, I thought this was, so when the books were closed last year, there was this, we ended up with like a bonus 5 million. What happened with that money then?
So the 5 million is actually on the unrestricted side of the general fund. And those funds, fall
That's
to-
just all over it then?
No, it falls to fund balance, to your total reserve. In terms of your restricted funds, if you don't use up monies that are in grants entitlement, it actually falls to the carryover. And it has to stay in that resource code, in that one, or whatever resource code that grant or entitlement is assigned to. It needs to stay in that bucket, and it needs to be reallocated to the next year for those specific purposes that those grant and entitlement are intended for.
Okay, so is this then, you guys feel like you have a lot to learn if you do. This is 3 years, my third year through, and I'm still trying to figure this out. So is this things like the money allocated by band instruments, that music grant? Why is such a large carryover?
Are you referring to the Prop 28 money?
I think so, and part of it was buying
Yeah.
instruments, I think.
And that's a part of it, because remember, Prop 28, the first year that we received any money was last year. I think we got about maybe a little $1 million.
But it seems like we have to spend a lot of money if it's all gone the
yeah.
next year.
And so here's what a lot of school district does, is that, there was a lot of challenges with using or implementing a plan to utilize Prop 28 money, because the money came to school districts all at once. There's not a lot of art and music teachers available to, start that program immediately. So, and on the state level, there were more questions than answers. I mean, those questions didn't come out until probably when the money was already sent to us. And so a lot of districts have been behind. And so now they're trying to spend down last year's carryover. And then this year we get a replenish amount. Every year you get a replenish amount. You have 3-year window to spend down those money. And so currently we're still developing a comprehensive plan to utilize just even last year's money. And so when we budget carryover, typically what we do is that whatever money we carry over from this year, if there's nothing that specifies that we have to allocate it to salaries or benefits, then we usually keep it as a placeholder. And the typical placeholder is either in material and supplies or in your operating budget, which is the 5,000 series. But typically it's in the 4,000, which is material and supplies.
And
What-
can that be carried over to the next year? I mean, it's, like, it's just 5 million here and then it's gone.
Yeah, so last year's money for Prop 28, we have a 3-year window to utilize all that money. And this year, we have, starting, the clock is ticking this year, and it has 3 years to spend down that money. And so we are currently working on a plan with all of our school sites to utilize those funds as best as possible.
Trustee Gardner, please.
So trustee Altman, are you asking if the 5 million has already been spent? Or, because I'm not sure we're getting a direct answer.
No, so in the, if you add up the difference in the 4,000s, which is supplies, and 5, which is contracts, services and contracts, I believe.
Operating expenditures,
Okay.
yeah.
That it bumped up 5 million this year, and then that 5 million goes away in the next 2 years. So that, I was just trying to understand why it's not carrying out over the next years and why it bumped up.
Most of the increase are related to carryovers that were not spent last year.
Okay, sorry. I'll go to Vice President Andrade and then back to Trustee Altman.
Regarding Prop 28 and the.
Gardner, sorry.
Sorry. Regarding Prop 28 and the comprehensive plan that you were just mentioning, and you said that it was that you're involving the school sites. Are they involving those, parents as well at the school sites with, the band booster parents and stakeholders?
Yes, everyone's been included in the conversation to come up with this plan.
We set aside from Prop 28 a .2 for Mr. Greg Chambers, who's currently the band director at Sobrato, and so he's helping us create this district-wide plan. We have inaugural plans that he is helping each of the sites develop, and each of the sites need to spend their allocation. 80% of it needs to go towards staff, certificated/classified, and 20% other. But Mr. Greg Chambers is helping us.
Okay. Now, Trustee Gardner, please.
Thank you. If you could, Colvera, just because I'm trying to keep my eyes on the reserve and the percentages, can you help reconcile from the first interim fund to the presentation on page 99 of the actual report, I guess? The reserves are broken down 14.1% for 2024, 2025, 11.7% in 25, 26, 4% in 26, 27. Now, we've not in any way given direction, nor have we agreed to basically incorporating the Fund 17 money into our reserves. And the directive is currently at 12% for outside of Fund 17. Can you tell me, do these amounts on this page, how did you get to that? Is that including the Fund 17 being dumped into the bucket with the other reserves? And how does that relate back to your presentation?
Are you referring to any page on the presentation? or the
99, yeah, this one right here.
Oh,
On
the
the
actual
actual report. Can you read that? Page 99 on the.
Well, while you're looking that up, if I may, I mean, this Fund 17 has been a topic of many conversations, and many of the folks that are here now weren't there for that, but, it was created back in 2008, 9, 10 with some particular revenue. And we did at one point give direction to, when we're considering our percentage, to consider the integration of the two. We can go back into previous minutes and go right on. Don't want to go through a long debate of that tonight. We should go back and look at that. But there are many different sub-funds that make up the overall reserves. And we had given direction to consider them all together when calculating the final percentage, so we can go back and see exactly how that's put into practice. But the only thing special about the special reserve fund is that it's called special. And it was called special by, 15 years ago.
And I understand that that was put into place because of the economic hardship suffered through 2008 through 2012. And they really had a bad time of
Yeah.
it. And they
Wow.
put it in place as a safety measure, so this district would never have to experience
Well,
that kind of a thing again.
Again, we're going on verbal histories now. You know, that what I was told was that it was put in place because when the state eliminated the redevelopment agencies, there was some money that went to counties and cities and school districts, and that's where that money came from. So, you know, I wasn't present for those conversations. They're not recorded. but so.
We do have a live historian in that Kristen Perez's predecessor put it into place. So that is able to be traced back for our district.
Fair enough. Fair enough. She hadn't come to talk to me. Maybe she's been chatting you up. I don't know, but we'll get back on our agenda for tonight. But we have taken board action on the question of Fund 17 before. We'll go back and look at the minutes. Doesn't really change anything we're doing here tonight, as I understand it.
Okay, so this page actually is not reflecting the reserve percentage. It's actually showing the percentage of operating deficit.
Districts available reserve percentages, am I not reading this correctly? Page. Under 8A, calculating the district's deficit spending standard percentage levels.
So this is showing the percentage of deficit spending rather than reserve percentage.
Okay.
There's two distinctions between that.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Other questions or comments? Okay. So were you raising your hand or just, okay, that's fair. I don't want to miss anybody. It's like I said, it's okay, yeah, well, given that, so I mean, the main topics are on our next item, K6 of the going forward plan. So do we have a motion to approve sending this to the county as a reflection of the existing approved plans? You're trying to say something, Trustee Altman, please?
Well, I'm trying to make a motion. There are some errors in it that need to be corrected, such as saying that we don't have any other employee retirement costs, which we do since we pay employees health benefits under certain circumstances until they reach the age of 65 for retirees. And it also says that we don't have any open negotiations, which we do. So some corrections need to be made. So I will move that we approve it pending, go through this carefully, please, and correct those, that it is not currently correct. So pending corrections of these entries and another review to make sure that there are no further ones, because imagine doing this on a cell phone. It was really hard, but I found those just going through on my cell phone. So I made a motion in all of these words.
So the motion to approve with corrections, including the two so noted by Trustee Allman, do you understand those corrections, Assistant Superintendent Chang?
I do, noted.
And you have no debate with them? Those really are errors that need fixing?
Yeah, I mean, I'll look through them just to verify them
Okay.
again, and then if there's any correction that needs to be made, we'll do that before we send it to the county office.
Okay, and when are you intending to send it to the county?
By tomorrow or Friday, or what's tomorrow, Wednesday? Or by Wednesday or Thursday at the latest.
Okay, so I'll ask other trustees if you've seen any of these kind of things, please send them straight away by email to Superintendent Garcia so she can confer with our Assistant Superintendent and make sure that these errors are corrected. So the motion from Trustee Altman is to approve as submitted with two corrections and any other similar ones. Trustee Gardner?
Yes, thank you, President Horner. So just so I want to make sure I'm crystal clear, because I want to understand what I'm voting on here. So this is being sent off to the county pending the corrections with the minus of the Fund 17 being in the 2025, 2026 school year and 2026, 27. That's our staff's current
assumption of what will happen in the future. The actual budgets for those years are yet to be determined. So this is a forward-looking best estimate of those budgets, including that particular.
But it's
item.
basically paving the way to have that reclassified and put back and put into the reserves overall versus having a separate Fund 17, correct?
That is correct, as discussed at multiple previous meetings, but okay.
Yeah, I'll have to vote no.
Okay.
I'm just going to, at this point, Trustee Gardner, I think it becomes semantics, since we had agreed to consider Fund 17 as part of our reserve. So we have already rolled it in. We did not, what shocked us here was we did not say, let's spend it down. It's just, it was my recollection, let's count Fund 17 towards our overall reserves. Before, it'd been absolutely separate. It was like that super duper special emergency fund that we had where the board policy, and just so everyone, just some history, the board policy had been 17% plus the Fund 17, which was 3%. As our minimums. When we came on the board, our reserves were around 35%. So just to give you an idea of what the decline in our reserves has been over the last couple of years. So at one point, we decided to keep the policy at 17%, but add in that 3% from Fund 17. That's why I think it's now just semantics, since it's already added in.
And I think it's shocking for us because we were the direction before the retreat in July was we were going into that at 17% reserve. It went down to 12%, and that was really against my better judgment. So for me to see it be clawed down even more, I can't in good conscience.
Understood, and we'll have plenty of opportunities to continue that discussion. So we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? The motion being to accept the report with minor changes?
I second Trustee Ullman's motion pending the corrections.
Thank you, Vice President Andrade. Student Board Member, your preferential vote? Okay, other board members, if you agree, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed or abstaining?
No.
So Trustee Gardner opposes. Thank you very much. Now we're moving on to item K6. I believe we have public comment on this item. Ms. Schrieffer, I have one name here. I think you have some more for me? Oh, here they are, okay. So this is in the order they were submitted. Our first speaker is Armando Benavides. I believe Mr. Benavides is in the room. And then we will have Pamela Meador and Sonia Bennett. I think both are here as well. Are there any requests for comment on Zoom? Very good. Do we have the ability to put the timer up on the screen or not? Okay.
Oh, I don't need it.
Let's see.
Testing.
Hold on for techno. We're having trouble getting the timer showing on the screen there. Just so everybody has the same information. Thank you for your patience.
Well, thank you.
Okay. Now can we start the timer?
All right, here we go.
There we go.
Well, thank you. I am a back member, participated in the process, and I want to say I'm very happy that we have produced a work product for you to look at today, examine it, and hopefully you approve it. We did a thorough analysis of the budget. We engaged stakeholders and considered both the short-term and the long-term fiscal health of our district. We did a careful evaluation of a lot of financial data. We learned about the budget, we learned about expenditures, we learned about revenue. And then we also held two community forums with stakeholders, our parents, and a lot of us went to those forums. And I was there and I asked questions from parents and community members that were there. What's important to you? Why are you marking this? Ideas for the budget cuts? What priorities they had in terms of programs and student services? And a lot of us participated in there. I remember seeing a lot of us there. The process was transparent, inclusive, and collaborative, which was really great because I felt like we were able to speak our mind, and we were able to share our thoughts and ideas of what we thought would be budget cuts that would be acceptable and tolerable for our in preserving the programs and services we felt were important. The BAC committee also made sure that any recommended cuts did not disproportionately affect vulnerable students and communities, and that's a reflection of its commitment to fairness in its recommendations. We looked at what impact would some of the budget cuts that we were going to recommend have on our minority students and our schools that are where we have higher percentage of vulnerable students. And the recommendations that you have before you that are part of the agenda item today, it basically reflects a consensus by all the board members. I made recommendations for cuts, and then when we voted for them, some of them were not accepted, some of them were, and I was really happy. It's a collaborative effort. Not everybody got everything that they wanted, that they felt were important, but collectively as a whole, we all came up and we voted, and the recommendations before you are what the majority were able to collaborate and basically agree to. So I'm going to urge you to adopt them because it reflects the work product of the community at large. And if you do not, if you do make any changes, we ask for minor changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Pamela Meador. Ms. Meador.
Good evening. Tonight we are here about the budget. Let's start with what a budget is. A budget is a microeconomic concept that reveals the trade-offs made when one good is exchanged for another. A budget is a statement of what the organization values most. What the organization values most, it will support and protect, and what it values least is the first to be eliminated. It is a clear picture of the goals and priorities of the organization. The process by which we come to this point has clearly demonstrated what the leadership values. The Budget Advisory Committee, from my humble estimation, was a nod to the opposition, never given the proper tools and the timely information to make effective recommendations, and was a waste of resources from the beginning because it never had any power to affect the trajectory of this district. My dear friends, the die was cast long ago. The majority of the school board and the superintendent are not going to listen to you. They value concept over children. Look at what they've already done. Teachers in the classroom cut, their situation mocked, and the people who dare to suggest that we are spending more than we have are called liars and accused of fabricating a crisis. I suggest that they are creating a crisis for their own purposes. What are their purposes? I don't know, but we can speculate. If they don't want to put scarce resources into educating free thinkers, making it possible for every child to be able to read, focus on STEM, see the classroom as the most valuable asset that they have, then what is their purpose? Education is a weapon whose effect depends on who holds it in its hands and to whom it is aimed. Joseph Stalin. I am not suggesting anything other than we should be very careful. This is not about figures on a piece of paper. This is about a fundamental change. So my friends, the choices on how our money will be spent has been decided long before the Budget Advisory Committee and this meeting. The only question remains is whether we are willing to continue to be silent and think that we can work cooperatively with people who disdain us, or who are truly going to, or are we truly going to face the evil before us and know that the warriors on the front lines are our children. The test of the morality of a society is what it does for its children. That was Dietrich Bonhoeffer. They will fund what they value, and can you truly say that they value our children? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Meador. And next, Sonia Bennett. Ms. Bennett?
Good evening. Welcome.
Let us get the timer reset here.
Oh, I'm not going to take that much time.
Don't want to shortchange you here.
No worries. Thank you.
If you don't mind, we'll just go old school. I have a 3-minute timer on my cell phone. Please begin.
We could do karaoke.
Please begin. And I'll let you know when you're getting close.
Good evening, trustees, new and old, new and existing, superintendent, district leadership, guests. My name is Sonia Bennett. I am a parent, volunteer, alumni, and I was a budget advisory committee member. You've seen me several times before. I'm dedicated, true and true. I can't keep my mouth shut. I just have to speak my mind. I wasn't going to speak today because it's been a long week, but I'm here. As a budget advisory committee member, I'm disappointed in the process used by the consultants and the district. From day one, I had my concerns, but the board and district leadership did not want to engage with me to improve the process. I am being honest with you here. This is no political agenda. I just have to speak my mind. As a BAC member, I truly expected to take a deep dive into the district's budget to understand all the ins and outs. We did not. As a parent and community member, I found that the 2 community forums were lacking. I expected more from the presentations and feel the 2 events, I hate to say this, I really do, because it's harsh. They were simply a checklist activity to say that the district was transparent with the public. I asked the BAC team several times for additional data to make informed decisions, to make recommendations for the cuts, because this is big decisions we're making for our children. We've done this before, and we've made mistakes in the past. We've had several public comments in the past year about cuts being made. There was a lot of more transparency in the past, and I feel that we've gone backwards. I feel the BAC team did, like Armando said, we did a solid job. We worked together, doing what we were tasked to do. But with the limited resources, information available, I am convinced that the suggestions for the reductions would be different if there was true transparency to the details of the district's budget. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Okay. Any other public comment, Ms. Schreiber? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring back Assistant Superintendent Chang to present this item.
Thank you. And before I present the fiscal stabilization plan, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the work of the BOC. This was a huge heavy lifting for them. As you may recall, the BOC is comprised of 12 members. That includes parents, staff, and community members. Parents and community members. They spent about 4 months doing this work. They had a total of about 9 meetings, and not including one that was canceled. But so they did a lot of work to come up with the recommendations. So I do want to thank them and acknowledge the heavy lift that they had to go through. With that, Kelly, can you?
Computer fighting you there? Unplug it and plug it back in moment. There we go.
Thank you. Okay, so before you is the fiscal stabilization plan for your consideration, for the board's consideration. This plan includes both reduction and revenue increase. The reduction in expenditures includes categories that were identified by the BOC, and also plus additional reduction that were identified by staff. There will be some additional inputs and analysis that the staff and superintendent will be working to identify additional impact to students and also our program. And so with that, I'll go through the list, starting with the first row. The first recommendation is to, and this is the work that we've already done. This is the closing of open positions. Thus far, we've done $465,000. That work continues. And so we're estimating that we can get up to about $500,000 because there are some current open positions that require further analysis to be whether they can be closed or not. But getting from $465,000 to $500,000, we believe is feasible. The second one is, we discussed this a little bit in terms of the savings identified in the special education program. Again, this is not any cut to current services. It's just looking at potential and identifying savings that were at adopted budget and where we're at right now. As you can see, we're projecting a total of $1 million in savings in this program. We built about $800,000 already into the first interim. We'll continue to do that monitoring and work throughout the whole year to be able to come with that $1 million, and we'll provide the board with any updates that we're able to identify. The next item is a recommendation to reduce 8 certificated FTEs that comes up to a little over $1 million. The next item is a recommendation to reduce 4 FTE in management to the tune of about $750,000. In the 5000s object code series, there's a recommendation to reduce $500,000 from the current budget. This includes contracts, travels, and some additional operating expenditures that we're able to look at. One of the recommendations that aligns us also with the BOC is to reduce the reserve level from 12 to 10%. The $2 million is a rough estimate because the reserve level, as total expenditure changes from year to year, it can fluctuate. But at the current level, it's about $2 million from going from 12% to 10%. And then the next item, reduce program fees to Santa Clara County Office of Education. The amount there is $300,000. Just a little bit of clarification here is that we do, county office provides services to different populations of school district students. So they serve our special ed, they serve our students who are being expelled. And so right now we're paying a service almost like an amount per seat. And sometimes they're not fully utilized because we can only buy those seats on projection. And then throughout the year, we might not have numbers for those seats. So the intention here is maybe to bring that program in-house and run that on our own and to incur that savings. One of the last item is reduce overtime. We have about $260,000 in our budget right now for overtime. We feel we can tighten that up a little bit and reduce that by $100,000 moving forward. So the total in the summary comes out to about 6.2. One of the recommendations that was also brought forward by the BOC was also a furlough day. 1 day equates to about $470,000. The staff and administration is not bringing that recommendation, but we just wanted to note it, that was an item that was being recommended to the superintendent. In terms of the revenue increase, these are all the ideas that, the BOC came up with. We got these ideas from the community forum and also the roundtables that we conducted. We haven't quantified these because they're a little difficult to quantify right now, but these are ideas that could be considered as we move forward in terms of how we can close that gap and make the difference in terms of bringing in additional revenue for the district. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Colleagues, I'm looking for hands for questions or comments. I see our student board member pointing at Trustee Altman. Did you want to say something as well, student board member Farouk, or you just, okay, you'll go next then. So
She's
Trustee Altman.
helping me. Thank you. I have a few. Let's start with the one thing that's just utter. First of all, I want to thank the BOC committee for all of their work. I appreciate the time, the effort, and the positive intention on trying to help our students. A friend of mine grew up in Oakland, ELL student. She would be considered low socioeconomic, low SES. She'd qualify for all the boxes. And when I was talking to her, and she also taught in the district, she was my work spouse. And we were talking about budget cuts. And she looked at me and just rolled her eyes and she said, Nancy, of course, when you make cuts, it's going to impact the poor students first. And we just have to recognize this. And some of these do show, like if we increase after-school fees, that will have a harder impact. So I just appreciate the heart that was put into this work. And but I do have some questions. My first one is, the board directive was very general to be delivered to the BOC. And I saw in the first presentation it was, well, for the most part, correct, that the board's directions were to identify $6 million in reductions as far away from students as possible and to keep reserves at 12%. So somehow this morphed. And that's not the BOC committee members' issue at all. You were doing what you were told you could do, I believe. So that I find really disappointing because you can't have a fiscal stability plan while we're becoming less fiscally stable. But I do have some specific questions. What exactly are you finding in special ed that you can actually save on? Because this is such a hemorrhage. I just like maybe one or two examples of the savings you're identifying.
So the majority of them are positions that were in the budget that were not filled. So for example, we have certificated and classified positions. So we went through the whole budget line by line to identify, and it's all over the place, right? Some has a little chunk of money that we were identified as saving. Actually, some went up as well. So for example, in the contract line item, because we couldn't fill those positions, we had to hire contractors to provide those services. And so it was a wide range. And, the bulk of it came from unfilled positions that we can already determine what those savings were, because those positions weren't filled from July through October or November throughout the work we were doing. So that's already a saving that we can identify. If those positions are not filled, those are additional savings that we can also, count towards the saving itself.
But aren't you hiring contractors to provide the services?
We are, but some of those positions at this time are not needed. And we are able to say, okay, at this point, these are the savings that we can come up with.
So just compensatory services are required. That, it's like if you can't find a speech therapist, that the services are going to have to be that. So I'm confused about are these actually, there's less services required in the district?
So if I may add, During unaudited actuals, we presented that our contribution amount from the unrestricted to restricted to pay for special ed services was $1.5 million less. And so that was the launching pad by which Assistant Superintendent Chang used to analyze our costs moving forward. And based on that analysis, he's projecting between $800 and $1 million in savings. He's projecting that we're able to maintain the same level of contributions from general ed to, from unrestricted to the restricted side to pay for special education.
Okay, I had thought that was unfulfilled contracts.
It was a combination. It was a combination of things.
Because the unfulfilled contracts aren't a savings, that's more like an obligation. For now, last year when we saved about 4 million, I think, some of that was closing unfilled positions. So you're talking about like 3 more positions with the numbers you were given? Like how many, you're talking about saving, was it 100,000? I can go back to the, and by just close some open positions, that's 500. How many positions is that? Because that was part of our last budget cut.
We continue to have unfilled positions, and so we did do that last year, and we continue to close positions that are no longer needed. And so that is roughly almost 500. It's 465 of open positions that we closed that are not impacting our students or the programs.
Okay. Does anyone else want to ask a question? I'll come back to mine, or?
Student Board Member Fruit, do you have some things to add, and we'll come back? Thank you.
I guess I just wanted a clarification. For certificated full-time employees, who would those account for? Like, is it teachers, principals, et cetera?
So for certificated, the broad category is anyone that needs a credential. And so teachers need a credential, school psychologists need a credential, although school psychologists belong to the management unit, so that's not a good example. Administrators need, so principals, vice principals need a credential, counselors need a credential, MSWs, so our therapists, those all require credentials.
Okay. And then I guess just to like clarify for me as well, when you say to like, when you put those in your reductions, does that mean letting go of those employees? Okay, I guess like with that category, I guess I just want to really highlight, emphasize how impactful that category will be when it comes to students. Because obviously like there are some teachers and principals and school psychologists and counselors out there who mean like everything to just even one student. And that I think we should be very considerate about who those people would be. I know it's already being thought about and it should be clear about that, but I think it's really important to understand the factors that go in to what that teacher, counselor, principal does for the school and for the students. Because I mean, even if their position or class might be redundant, or maybe students don't really participate in that class, if that teacher means so much to a student more closely, like relationship-wise, like they feel safe, like they're a trusted adult, I think that should be considered too, rather than just like, oh, do kids like the class or not? Or, oh, this teacher was only here for 7th period. So, yeah.
I'll go briefly and then to Trustee Gardner. If I'm missing anybody over here, tap me out. I've got to get my neck more flexible. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think last year we eliminated a number of positions. In the majority of cases, there's natural people leaving every year, moving, retiring, so forth. I believe in the majority of cases, people that wanted to do something else, maybe position Z was gone, but position Y was open. That's been what I've observed in the past. Is my observation accurate? And is that what you're anticipating this time, as opposed to, to our student board members' point of just, you're gone? In many cases, would it be, okay, we still have something for you, it's just different than what you've been doing? Or,
In some case, yes. That's a hard question to answer, but
Yeah.
In some case, yes. But I do want to ensure that, as we're making these, or as we're identifying any of these savings, we want to ensure that we are still meeting our mandated requirements in terms of providing the necessary services for our special ed students. And this is mainly just looking at the numbers in terms of, what we spent thus far, what the savings we have identified, and what we're projected to save from now until the end of the year. So, we're not cutting services. We're meeting all the requirements that we are required to do to provide the necessary service for our special ed students.
thank you. Okay, I think I'll go to Vice President Andrade and then Trustee Gardner, if that's okay.
Okay, I just wanted to acknowledge the frustration that was echoed in some of the community members with regards to the consultants. And having been in that room, I just want to acknowledge that frustration. A couple of questions. I'm looking at this, and again, my concerns with the reducing the reserves to 10% when the previous it was hovering around 12. But my question is, with these having been on the receiving end of budget cuts and a transfer twice with regards to the certificated employees, how making this adoption this evening, is this permanent? Meaning moving forward March 15th based off of this? This is just giving direction. Based on, and I say that because there are three of us, well, maybe four, really three of us that are new, two of us in this field, but also I would really like to get into the weeds of the PDFs, and 72 hours of going through is just not to me, not sufficient enough. On a cell phone with, you know what I mean? So these are just general concerns that I like to make informed decisions. I like to know who's being affected, what the impact is going to be at those school sites.
So subject to approval to the recommendations that we're asking, the $6.23 million is for us to initiate, first of all, to reduce the reserves to 10%. That would require board action. And it allows staff an opportunity to seek additional input on the impacts of these cuts, the impacts of the cuts to the 8 FTE and the impacts of the cuts to the 4 management. And a second step will be prior to March 15th, if those do materialize into actual layoffs. So we're away from that. We're at least 3 months away from that. And as President Horner mentioned earlier, we do have natural attrition. We do have certificated employees that do depart from us, so it might not result in an actual layoff. It may result in, for lack of a better word, some of the same employees bumping, although bumping is used for classified, bumping into those vacant positions. So we're about 3 months away, but we will be taking the next 3 months, seeking additional input and really addressing what are the impacts on the student experience and the impact on our district-wide programs.
So I think Trustee Gardner, then Trustee Altman.
Thank you. And I want to acknowledge, too, the heavy lift that the BOC did, because I would imagine it was a lot. And I also echo understanding the frustration, because I have my own frustrations. But in my understanding, and I would like to be corrected if I'm incorrect, this fiscal stabilization plan is what's going to the county to basically get us, quote unquote, out of hot water in relation to the letters that were sent to us. So this is something that I don't think it should be kicked down the road saying, oh, we'll get to it, we'll get to it, we'll get to it. I really do feel this should be more mapped out before we send it to the county, my personal opinion. And I also wanted to ask, or why or how, the BOC was directed by the board to find $6 million in cuts. Why or how did reducing the reserves to 10% qualify that $2 million as a cut when all you're doing is lessening our savings? I find that really hard to wrap my head around that.
So I cannot, it would be impossible for me to speak on behalf of the BOC, but I can tell you that that was an official recommendation from the BOC to reduce our reserve to 10%.
I think Ms. Bennett has some input, but anyhow.
I'd like to hear Assistant Superintendent Chang's, or he was closer to the puck than any of us sitting on the dais were.
Yeah, the ideas actually came from not only from the BOC, but also from, from the community forums that we held, and also, the roundtable. So it wasn't just the BOC. The BOC was the one who actually solidified the recommendation to bring it to the superintendent. So that was the idea that they supported and felt comfortable enough to bring it to superintendent for recommendation.
Okay, Trustee Gardner, and then back to Trustee Altman.
So, thank
and then
you.
Trustee Munson.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chang. So, but my question is, did that come up in the backdrop of the history of what our reserves have been? And I seriously doubt it. I don't think the public, if they were fully informed what our reserves have been historically, they would be like, oh, gee, yeah, I think 10% would work now. I mean, I have them right here in front of me, and the audited financials from going back to as far as 2011, 2012 were 29.61%. From that year until 2022, 2023, it never dropped below 29.61%. They were 38.49%, 41.34%, 35.31%, 41.43%, 35.09%, 31.44%, 31.09%, 35.92%, and so on. So it's never dropped below 29%, 29.61%. And I'm wondering, does the community know that? Were they aware of that when the quote-unquote direction or suggestion was made to drop the reserves to 10%?
Again, no one can speak on behalf of the BOC, but we do have 7 BOC members present, and I'm seeing a lot of heads nodding. Their official recommendation is to reduce the reserves to 10%, and it's a recommendation that I fully endorse.
Okay, excuse me. So given that, I'll do something we'll come back here and do something a little unconventional, but I'll reopen public comment, for members of the BOC we're reopening public. Oh, well, okay. I'd like to address this item that, since we have trustees asking to hear from the BOC, is that okay? Or did you have some, is it relevant?
I mean, I would like, you said that Trustee Altman.
I'm sorry, okay. I'm trying to be accommodating. So Trustee Altman, then Trustee Munson, then I will reopen public comment for a few moments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 2 things. The first one, I've been in the district a long time. We've tried to bring programs back from SCOE, Santa Clara County Office of Education. It hasn't worked. I believe, Dr. Garcia, you were the one who decided not to keep our expelled youth program in the district and return them to the county. So is that correct? I believe we had a expelled youth program.
No, that preceded me.
Okay, so
that was not
the
me.
year before. Okay, so President Horner, you were probably here when, sorry, I was a year off, when that happened, but there's also been other programs where this, we tried to do it in-house. And so when you calculated the savings, what always got us was the expenses. So with not spending $300,000, is that accounting for the staff that would be required to bring students back? Or is that just the reduction in expenses without considering what we'd have to pay out?
We typically buy, as Assistant Superintendent Cheng presented in his earlier, we buy seats at the expelled youth program at the county in Gilroy in advance the year before. And so traditionally we buy 15 seats for $15,000 per seat. Currently we have 8 students that we send to the expelled youth program. Next year, the county is increasing the per pupil fee to $20,000. And we will, if prior to this recommendation, we would be spending $300,000 on a handful of students. And so I've engaged our Director Swift and the Student Services team to inquire about hosting our own expelled youth program within the school district, and we can save $300,000.
I'm just, so there's a lot of rules around bringing
Yes,
expelled
and that's
youth back.
part of-
but that's also going to require a teacher. And
That's
so
part of the requirement. We're also looking at our independent study program. We have 40 students in our independent study program, and we have 3 teachers that are supporting that program. We're looking at the impact on if we scale back independent study, perhaps we don't offer it at a certain grade level, and that way we can save additional costs for the teacher. And if that's the case, then we can transfer the 1 teacher over to the 8 students. If we were to have our own expelled youth program, all of this is premature. We're doing a lot of research on this. We visited the expelled youth program in Gilroy, and we can absolutely replicate what they are experiencing, and we can replicate it in-house.
Trustee Horner, do you remember why it was undone?
So I was brand new, when that was going on at the time. I was surprised when I first got on the board to find we had it. I think it was a room at the adult school site, is my recollection.
Yeah, we know the teacher.
Yeah, so I don't know a lot of the details. I was told, we're trying this thing, and then the next year I was told that didn't work, we're not. So I have no more expertise or detailed knowledge beyond that, knowing that it was here and gone. And that was early in my term, and is when Superintendent Batondo, I think it was both his initiative to bring it back at the time and his decision to say, this isn't working. Other than that, I don't have information.
Okay, because I know why other programs blew up. So just for some background for everyone in the room now. So our board policy until last year had been a reserve of 17%. And the reason being is that is 2 months of our budget. So should there be any, I don't know, like an earthquake or a wildfire or something takes things out, that the district could make payroll for 2 months. And I did the calculations. That's where the 17% came from. The board discussed for hours about what the reserve should be at our retreat, where we came up with these directives. We stepped back from the 17%, trying to soften the landing. Because the bottom line, you saw the bottom line. Right now, we're at a position where we can manage. We're going to go beyond that management position to where we lose control. And you saw the projections, it was down almost to the 3%, whereas a year before, we came in, it was 35%. So we are on this downward trajectory. We wanted to draw the line. And we chose 12% because, among other things, bond rating is based on our reserves. And that's why the bond rating had been so high. I had been negotiating for the teachers, and I would go crazy at the super high reserve rate because pay us. Don't just sit on the money. That money is intended for the kids who are in front of us. So I've seen this issue from both sides, but my background, as I said, is management action. We are on that downward trajectory. If we don't draw a line, hold the line, and not based on anything other than, 10% sounds good and we're going to save some money. You guys over there are going to inherit this. So the budget, the cuts have to happen. I believe last time we talked budget with Assistant Superintendent Chang, it was cut $6 million this year, 2.4 next year, and then $6 million the following year to get out of the deficit spending. So by reducing our deficit, once again, you're kicking that can down. So then you're going to be looking at reducing not $6 million this year, $4 million next year. It's multiplicative. So the longer we put off ripping this Band-Aid off, the harder it's going to be, the more it's going to impact our kids. So this 12% had a lot of thought going into it and a lot of angst because we haven't held the line. The previous board didn't hold the line on the 2 months of reserves. And so that is the reason why we stated 12% reserves. And it wasn't an easy decision. It wasn't a unanimous decision. But that's how we got there, just so you have the background, how we got to the 12%. In 2 years, I'll be more retired. I currently work for a special ed contractor. I understand what the bleed out is when you can't hire your own people. I don't get all the money, my boss does. But it's, you guys are going to have to choose where you want to be on this slope, where you want to hold the line. If we recommend keeping it at 12% and having the staff identify another $2 million in cuts, we don't have to make this decision yet, but we'll be ready to go and know what's on the table if we have to make the cuts.
Okay, thank you. I think Dr. Garcia wants to respond to that, and then finally get to our very patient trustee Munson.
Can you make this, so I want to contextualize some of what Trustee Altman said. So the board policy does not say shall maintain a 17%. It indicates that it intends to maintain a 17%, which is different than a must do. Can you make that bigger?
Sorry?
Yeah, make that a little bit bigger. So I want to point and then scroll up, point your attention to the bottom line. So the 24.33% is where we are anticipating now at first interim to end the year, beyond the 17%. The 24.33 includes the $1 million less in special ed contribution that we're anticipating and the $500,000. That's already in there. And the next column, the 14.49%, only includes that $1.5 million worth of reductions. The 6.23 that we're presenting to you, it will add an additional 2.5%, correct, Assistant Superintendent Chang? An additional 2.5% to that 14.49. So once you give us the green light to implement the fiscal stabilization plan, that'll take us up to 17%. And the additional, on that third year, it will add the 2.5% as well. So 4, 5, 6, almost 7%. And so what we will then need to do is identify, in order to get to the 10%, is for the following year, identify an additional roughly $2 million to get to the 10%. So just to contextualize, that we are adding additional percentage points over the next 3 years.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Trustee Munson, thank you for your patience. It's a talkative bunch.
No, that's okay. It might be kind of irrelevant, but I just wanted to echo what Vice President Andrade said, is that, we're new and we're coming in here, and it would be nice to have had more information, more time to dive in and background. We are where we are. And I do want to thank the BOC committee. I know that you guys have worked really hard, and we do appreciate that. So I do acknowledge that. And I just had an observation. It wasn't necessarily like a question or anything, but just the impact of reducing, using our 2 millions and reducing the reserve to 10%. Because on that reserve, we do get interest income on that. And I think you said that we get about 1.5 million, right?
Yes, that's projected for the current year. And if I make a clarification, our interest reserve is actually cash in the county treasurer's coffer, not actual reserve. I mean, there's a correlation behind that, but it's not a match to match. It's not a one-to-one match.
Okay, but we do earn interest on that, right? We earn income.
We earn income on the
Yeah.
cash that
Yeah.
is sitting with the county.
So not only are we reducing that 2 million from our reserve, we're now taking that 1.5 million.
Losing the
interest that we would be earning on that. And then I think Trustee Altman also mentioned is that our reserves it's like our credit score. So when we want to, I noticed that there was a suggestion to go out for a bond. Well, if we don't have the reserves, the underwriters are not going to give us a good score. We're just not going to be there, right? And I think it's important to acknowledge the previous board's directive to stay at 17, and then they negotiated down to 12. So I think they did the work. They had the directive, and I respect that directive. So, that's just my observation.
Thank you. Trustee Northrop Gaddis, then Marquez, then I saw a hand over here. Okay.
Hi.
Thank you.
So I haven't, this is my first time speaking up. I'm a little nervous.
Nervous just means you care. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
So when I read about reducing the reserves to 10%, I started looking up other school districts that had like what their reserve percentages were. And I noticed that Napa Valley Unified School District, they keep their reserves at 10%. And I actually saw the superintendent speak at the convention that we were just at. And it was about how she basically turned the district around from a budget crisis. And they have a very similar student body. They're about twice as big as we are, twice as many students, but they're a success story. And so I just wanted to point that out. And I really appreciate the work from the Bach. And that's all I have to say. I'm sorry for being weird and nervous.
It's fine. You're doing great. Thank you very much. Trustee Marquez?
I just have a question I just want to understand. So the total is 6.2 million. If we take out that 2 million and go from 12% to 10% and put it back in, where's that 2 million going to come from? Is that a 6.2 million that we have to stay at? Is that a directive? Where does that come from?
If I may, I think it's a fair interpretation of the proposal in front of us. There's an actual $4.23 million of cuts, and the 2 million, rather than in cuts, reducing expenditures or positions to allow the reserves to come down by 2 million. That's how I interpret what I'm seeing here. I guess I shouldn't be trying to play staff, but I just want to clarify that that's what this says, and that's what some of the conversation is about. Is that accurate? You phoning a friend there?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. I did, mention earlier, we had some of our Bach members here that wanted a chance to speak. I hope everyone will give a moment. I saw Ms. Chavez Napoli raise her hand. Anybody else that was on back that wants to have a chance to reopen public comment? Ms. Bennett? Okay, maybe just, yeah, please come up and make a little line behind our assistant superintendent here. If it's okay, we'll try and do for 2 minutes each. This is very unconventional, but I'm reopening a special public comment session. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. I think I agree with many of the comments that have been stated so far, and that is that it really is ultimately up to the board to decide. But you gave Bach a mandate. You said cut $6.2 million. None of it was easy. We had some very heated discussions about what the priorities were. But I think our student trustee really spoke about how important it is to recognize that however we arrive at that amount, it's going to affect students. And if we all agree that we really are student-centered, then it's just not about your own child. It's not just about your own school. It's not just about your own job. It's about what's better for the district, for overall all the students. And when you have one school that has 80% Latino, and you're saying, well, we can't cut the reserve, we have to keep it at that 12%, then you're going to have to cut positions. You're going to have to cut programs. And that's the reality. So if you want to talk about, okay, an artificial number that was arrived at by who knows who, my 4 children went through Morgan Hill from kindergarten all the way up to high school. My grandson came here. I'm a teacher, a former teacher, so I understand that. But if we really are student-centered and you want to stay at that 12%, then you're going to have to lay off teachers. You're going to have to cut programs. And so we fought about that in a civilized way. No one was killed, no one was injured, but we really do have to make that hard choice. It is not easy. So ultimately, you have to make that decision so that you either keep that 12% or you cut positions. That's what you have to do. And to assume that it's going to be that way from now on is just not correct. I serve on another board as a trustee, and we're looking at some COLAs that are going to be increasing, and it's a positive future, not a negative. So let's not think of everything as bad and it's going to be bad forever. We think it's going to get better. Give us the 3 months and use our recommendations because they were thoughtful, they were intentional, and I think we all made compromises. So we're hoping you do the same for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. If you please say your name into the record. I apologize for not knowing it offhand.
My name is Pamela Lamke. I'm the K-8 parent representative from San Martin Gwin. I just wanted to answer a couple of the questions I heard. So first, I want to be really clear that the reserve history and the average in our community and across California was communicated really clearly in multiple PowerPoints on multiple meetings. So we were all very aware of the board directive and of the history when we made that recommendation. And then I want to just echo what Kathy was saying, that the only other ways we could find to get to $2 million of cuts was to really look at cutting programs, and that meant cutting college access, cutting prep time for our teachers, cutting specials for our elementary students, and those were things that the committee just could not wrap our heads around. We heard clearly from the district administration and from the community how important those were, and so we made a different recommendation. I also just want to suggest that the board consider, we didn't get a lot of time to discuss the revenue ideas and to put numbers to those and to think about over the next 1, 2, 3 years, what could we do to increase revenue to not have to then make additional cuts going forward. I run an educational program with a multi-million-dollar budget, and I also have to look several years out. And so I think there's an opportunity here to make a decision now and not have to stick to 10% reserve forever, but to consider what are the opportunities we can take to generate revenue and to continue this work going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bennett?
It's important. It takes courage to get us there. Hello, Sonia Bennett. We made a mistake. The reserve shouldn't have been on there. Contract cleanup, cleanup of sped items shouldn't be there. That is somebody's job to begin with. Cleanup of open positions shouldn't have been there. That should have interpreted into instead of an item on the backlist, it should have been an item, it should have been reflected in the new direction for cuts to be made. So cleanup should happen behind the tables regardless, but our recommendation should have been down to 4 million then of cuts. The total expenditures is about $141 million total expenditures. I've asked several times, just like I balance my checkbook, say my husband gets a 20% pay cut. We look at every single expenditure, every single bank account, my secret bank account that only has my maiden name on it, my dad's bank account that has my joint on it. We Pareto that by top to bottom. We've only gotten the cost of $15 million. $15 million of the 141,000. That's only 10%. I've asked for 85 the 8,500 line items, contracts, expenditures, legal, fees. Where was COVID dollars spent? So we could do a snapshot of where we were before COVID, what the money was spent on COVID, where the $4 million of cuts were. Then we can move forward. But we didn't get that because it is hard, Calvera, it is very hard doing your job because you picked up something that, and you didn't have a good crossover. With the amount of data that we have, we just need more data.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Okay. Mr. Benavides is 2 minutes, and then I'm going to close public comment, and I will probably never try this again.
Yeah, so as a back member, we did look at I agree, we looked at the reserves, and we did make that balance that we knew that we wanted to preserve programs and services as much as possible. We didn't want to cut our teacher salaries, our employers, our classified staff. We didn't want to reduce them. We wanted to keep the TOFAs. We wanted to keep the specials. And so we looked at every possible way that we could do to maintain the programs and services as much as we can. That 10%, from 12% to 2%, if we could get $2 million and use those reserves, we're not going to get much benefit from bonds if we go from 12% to 10%. $2 million is not going to make, we're talking, if you're going to go for a bond measure, you're talking about a lot of money. But we did want to preserve those $2 million so that for the operations of our programs and services and to preserve the fiscal stability for our teachers and our classified staff.
Thank you, Mr. Benavides. I'm closing public comment. Quickly, yeah. And, I'll just say on the bond topic, I mean, when new bonds are issued, they're primarily paid by increases in property taxes. That's why it's so difficult for voters to agree to local bonds. When the state passes a bond, it actually just comes out of the state's general fund, so it's quite different. And, the number one factor in bond credit rating is actually the current and likely future property values that pay it out. It's not paid in any way out of our regular funds. So yes, a district's, financial history has some effect, but it is not the primary effect in my understanding. And I've had this conversation with two of your predecessors, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but school bonds are paid by increased property taxes. That's why people often don't like voting for them, but they're not paid out of the funds we're talking about today. Is that accurate? Or if I'm wrong, please say, no, you're wrong.
No, you're completely accurate. The bond funds are actually secured by increases in property tax because the voter has said, okay, we want to increase what we pay in property tax so you can improve your school facility. So it's not coming out of our general fund. And I do want to make a state of clarification. I've been on many bonds rating calls, and reserve is only one factor they look at. They look at the stability of the districts, whether its enrollment is increasing or it's stable, it's declining. And if they see a trend that concerns, what they look for is a plan. Have the board acknowledge, the current financial position of the districts, and what kind of plans are they putting forward to rectify that. And so while reserve is one factor when rating agencies are determining whether they want to keep you at the same rating, they want to increase you or decrease you, that's only one factor. There's a lot of other factors that goes into consideration as they're issuing your rating. And they typically only apply when you're going out to issue any proceeds.
I guess I'll add one historical comment. I've been staying mostly out of the discussion, but from my point of view, and when we gave the direction to the BOC, I really wanted us to include in that looking at realistic revenue increases, but a majority of the then board disagreed at that time and insisted that the only direction be about cuts. And why I said that then and why I still feel that way now is because you can't cut the kind of money we're talking about cutting without having impact on some students. And we haven't, interestingly enough, we haven't talked about the wellness capacity. Probably the biggest single thing we did with our one-time money, and I believed in it, and I know why we're doing it, and nobody wants to consider reducing it, even though as far as initiatives, that one of the largest, I don't know if it's absolutely the largest, but one of the largest initiatives we took with one-time COVID money, and we did it because we knew coming back from everybody being at home, an already critical youth mental health problem was going to be even worse. And we said, okay, we're going to do something you're not supposed to do. We're going to hire full-time professionals because we know we need this. And now, it has become considered so critical to the well-being of our students that nobody wants to cut it. And I'm not saying I want to cut, but that's, just part of the reality of how, one of the pieces of how we got here. We also gave, if I could go back and change my vote, I would trim some of those raises by 1% or 2%. We gave very generous raises. Again, people really need it. Inflation has been out of control, and we're still not paying people what they need to live here that work for us. But and I'll say again, Palo Alto and Los Altos get double the funds per student that we do. The way California funds public education is unique and bad. No other state does it this way, and it leaves us all kind of, the mice in the cage chewing at each other's tails, saying who's gonna get out. So it's just a very difficult situation. We can't change that situation here, but that's part of how I think about this. So I will go back into chairing the meeting mode instead of commenting mode. And I see Trustee Marquez, you haven't gotten a lot of chance to speak, so I'll go to you, and then we'll come back to Trustee Altman, and then Trustee Gardner, and anybody else want in the queue? And then our student board member. Okay, please.
Thank you, President Horner. I do want to say that when this first started, I was completely lost. But with all the pros and cons that I've been listening to from the audience, from the trustees, from the board, the superintendents, I appreciate it. I have a clear understanding of the $2 million, the 10% versus 12%, and I appreciate all the feedback and all the discussion. Like I said, I have a better understanding. There is a comment that I would like to make, though, on the table of the categories for revenue increases. There are two things that I noticed on here, and it will affect families and working families. One is increased bus transportation fees, and 2, increased after-school program fees. Those two, I don't think that's going to help. I mean, it's going to hurt. It's going to help the budget, but it's going to hurt the families. The families are working so that they can pay for their kids to go to these programs or have buses. I mean, it's one hand to the other. So what happens to the children? They walk home by themselves, or they go home by themselves to an empty home because the parents are working, because they can't afford the after-school program. So those are the two things that I don't think are going to be beneficial, not to the families.
Thank you very much. I think Superintendent Garcia would like to respond to that.
Thank you so much, Trustee Marquez. What the revenue ideas were presented to us by the BOC, and some were repetitive, and so we synthesized some of them. What we have noted in this particular section as well is that we do need to do additional analysis and determine the impact on our students and on our programs. For our after-school, before and after-school program, we don't, if a family qualifies for free reduced lunch, we don't charge them anything. If they do not, then we charge a fee, and it's very, very small compared to what the Y or the Boys and Girls Club typically charges. And with respect to the increasing the bus fees as well, that's something that we're going to be analyzing. All of these ideas we will be analyzing and understanding the pros and cons of each, and trying to allocate some dollars to each of the revenue ideas.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Thank you. If somebody can remind me which order I said I'd go, I'm getting lost.
Altman, then Gardner.
Okay, Trustee Altman, then Gardner, then our.
Thank you. I want to make it really clear, we're not setting the budget now. We have to present a plan down, and by the end of the year, we have to make the budget. So the goal that the board had when they made those stipulations, and they, like I say, we didn't give a lot of stipulations, was to get information for what we might have to enact. we could very well come up with $6 million in cuts without dropping the reserve, because that's not a cut. And then decide down the line, after people have more time to learn, when we go into our next budget, as a board, we want to reduce our reserves. It wouldn't be me, but I mean, we go with the rule, we operate as a unit once the vote's taken. So that was our goal, was just to get the prioritization of cuts and hopefully not have to make them happen. And that's why we wanted the 6 million at the 12%. It's not that we want to take anything away from our students, but we want to have this information moving forward. At some point, the deficit spending is going to have to end. Will the deficit spending have to end? How long can we go with deficit spending? I mean, we can drag it out a long, long time, but at some point, the deficit spending has to end. That's where those numbers were that I had put out before, was to end the deficit spending. And we're trying to soften it as we go using the reserves we have, but at some point, they're gone. And then your choices are gone. I'll be vacationing somewhere. And so that is what we were after, not saying we want to enact everything. We wanted the information from the community. In terms of historical, one time when I was wrangling with Kirsten Perez, who had been the assistant soup of business for a long, long time, because yes, I was offended by the high reserves, because they weren't working for the kids. And she said that she had to get to 30% to get the AAA bond rating for Measure G, which Measure G just did fantastic things. Trustee Munson and I were talking to some bond brokers at AEC, and I was asking, what reserve rate do you feel comfortable with to get a reasonable rate? Because that affects the likelihood of a bond passing. It was 20%, which happens to be 17 plus 3, which was what the district had identified. So the last bond did not pass that the board had put forth. Measure G did pass. And so these are just looking down the line. What are the impacts? Things might get better. Things might get worse. We don't know, because we're always aiming for a moving number. But I'm done. Your turn.
Okay.
Thank you. Trustee Gardner?
Thank you. And I really appreciate that. That was well said. So interestingly enough, that Trustee Horner brought up the wellness, because that was one of my questions I just had. We've had a very long, robust conversation this evening, hadn't quite got to it yet. And one of the things I was wanting to ask was, how many wellness counselors do we currently have, including full-time, part-time positions? And I have been after, and I'll ask for that to be answered when I'm done with the kind of second part of this question, if you can bear with me. I do understand and concur with Ms. Bennett's frustration in getting the information, and with Vice President Andrade's concerns about being in the weeds and wanting to better understand what we are voting on, because I have asked repeatedly for more specific information related to the FTEs and what did our picture look like before COVID, the one-time monies, what it got spent on, and what are we trying to do with it. And as far as one-time monies, I mean, honestly, just from a rational perspective, just thinking logically, taking emotion out of it, if I may, when you spend one-time monies on programs that need to be sustained that you don't have revenue sources for, then it does put you in a pickle, and we are in a pickle. So that's why I'm wanting to find out, I'm trying to reconcile what it is we're doing with in relation to the FTEs, and if Mr. Chang could now answer how many wellness counselors have, because I understand we had 0 before COVID, and I think we have 13? 14. So 14 FTEs in wellness. We had 0 before COVID, and that's a lot of FTEs, in my opinion.
just add one of the unknown revenue pieces of that too. There's this, and we've been working on this for some time. There's Medi-Cal and insurance billing coming. We don't know how much money it's going to be. One of the presentations I went to at AEC addressed that in particular. You know, people that do that kind of work. There's 3 different categories. My head hurt after spending an hour trying to understand it. I don't know how our folks do this all day, but still, I asked the experts there and everywhere else. So how much is this likely to be? And we don't know. So we actually, we've been trying to maintain the capacity while figuring out what other funding sources there might be for that one in particular. And yeah, so if we can go to the student board member, she's been very patient, and then my colleague in my other ear here, please.
Okay, well, I guess I'll start with the wellness counselor, because that's the topic right now. Honestly, I think from a student perspective, I don't know how it is for the other school sites, but I know at Live Oak for sure, the wellness center is so important. Students, like lots of students use it all the time. And not only is it just mental health, it's college and career readiness, because we do peer counseling. And I know a lot of students are interested in psychology, psychiatry, etc. And that's a great opportunity for them. Honestly, like I do think that there is some kind of financial stuff going on with wellness center stuff. Honestly, I think my recommendation from what I've seen so far is taking more advantage of student peer counseling, because I mean, that's free and it's voluntary and it still provides those awesome career and college readiness and opportunities. I do think that I don't think we should remove the wellness centers, in my opinion, but I do think that in some way, you guys can take this however you want, or think about it however you want, but I do think we should take more advantage of using student peer-to-peer counseling. I still think it provides similar benefits to wellness centers, and however you want to manage the wellness counselors, that's up to budget deciding, but yeah. And then moving on from the wellness centers, actually I want to talk about after-school programs. I guess this is kind of similar to mental health, but I think my opinion on that as well is we can, I don't know the details on this or what programs are specifically, but my recommendation would be to look at all the after-school programs that exist to certain demographics and ages and kind of see which ones are duplicates, I guess. Which ones offer the same things, if there's 2 to 3 mental health programs, you only really need one. And maybe you can just expand that to a greater audience so that we can just use one program that covers what the other 2 programs we're targeting, I guess the same thing could apply to other, besides things like mental health, maybe if there's any STEM programs or if there's other, whatever other subject of program it is. My opinion would be to consolidate them into one and then see from there.
Thank you. Vice President Andrade, and then do we have others down here? Okay, then we'll go to Trustee Northrop Gaddis, then I'll come back around this way.
I just wanted to kind of echo some of the sentiments that Trustee Northrop Gaddis was talking about in looking at other districts with similar demographics and similar financial situations. And I also want to just state that it's really, hindsight is 20/20, right? And no pun intended with 2020, but we were really spending money in such a way that as a teacher, there's teaching before COVID and then there's teaching after COVID. And I think I'm the only one on this, well, with the side to Trustee Munson, but we were having resources coming in, cameras, this and that, and it was an influx. And so when we came back in person and we started to see the behavior challenges at the secondary sites and even at the primary sites, it made sense to pursue those wellness centers. And when it's like when you're a parent and your child's in crisis, you're going to do and throw everything at the kitchen sink to try to figure out this new problem. It was a new problem that we were not prepared to deal with. We had no idea that we were going to have the behavior challenges that we did, or the mental health and depression. But I also think that we kind of, again, let's really look at this and
examine that hindsight's 2020, and we made these decisions not necessarily, because we needed to stop the bleeding, we needed to stop the hemorrhaging. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Trustee Northrop Gaddis?
All right.
I should be saying clerk. I'm sorry for not using your proper title.
So what I wanted to say on the topic of mental health, the wellness centers, and after-school activities is not only are they, enrichment and helpful, they're also an investment in school safety. They're a research-backed, proven investment in school safety. And I think that's just, the most important thing, really. And then also, I wanted to say that I think that by having these programs, by investing in the schools, we can increase revenue by attracting more students. So if we go back to like a bare bones, pre-COVID, we're not attracting any new students. That's all.
Thank you. Anyone else down here? Okay. Yeah, and I mean, for me, that's, I will. I'll get back to, I do get to say a few things. I mean, that's why I've been consistently on the side of not being more aggressive with cutting people and programs than absolutely necessary, any quicker than necessary, but there's a lot of different views about that. Okay, who is next? Trustee Gardner, please. And I just also want to say, we're a little after 10. I don't see how we're going to finish our meeting by 10:30, but I will try not to repeat myself. Let's all try to be concise and get to where we can start thinking about motions you might want to make, because we're going to have to extend the meeting past 10:30 and we have other things to get to. So thank you.
Thank you, President Horner. So yeah, I want to be really, really clear that my thought process in this is about gathering information and making decisions based on specific information. I am not suggesting we throw the baby out with the bathwater as far as the wellness programs, but to go from 0 to 14 is a huge difference. So I think that the secondary sites, definitely, I'm sure they're very, very helpful and very valued, but I don't think we need to have 14 FTE wellness counselors. That's just my opinion. So I want to be clear that I'm not advocating to throw it out, but I'm advocating to let's please know the details behind the decisions we're making. Thank you.
Thank you. Who was next over here? I think Student Board Member Faruqi, and then I see Trustee Altman grabbing the mic next.
I guess like the first thing I want to go was go back to Trustee Gaddis. I do appreciate like the fact that you thought about school safety. Honestly, to me, that's also my #1 priority. I didn't really think about like that kind of aspect. I think we should all think about that, how it's really like, even like right now, like even though it might not be a realistic thing or event that could happen here, it's still a fear for students. Actually, I'm in a separate program. It's called like, do you know like the South County Youth Task Force and Community Solutions? I'm in a leadership program between those two programs, and we conducted a survey between Gilroy, Morgan Hill, and San Martin. And one of the questions on the survey was, what's your biggest fear at school? And majority of the answers were school shootings. And it's Gilroy, Morgan Hill, San Martin. And those are responses from students, 6th grade to 12th grade. And I think I do like, I agree with you how like, there can be, I can see some like, it's definitely necessary like to have that mental wellness, mental health, but I do also see how it's kind of financially almost like, it's weird how, because it's one-time spending, right? And now we need revenue resources for it. I guess I kind of want to go back onto thinking about the peer-to-peer counseling, but not just for mental health, but just taking advantage of students. They want to be engaged. And I think that goes also back to how you talked about students, like bringing them in and attracting them. And I think from a student perspective, from what I've seen, a reason why maybe you aren't getting as much, or maybe you aren't getting, you could get more, is that know your audience. Because I think I mentioned it before when I talked about my student advisory council with Dr. Garcia and Ms. Diaz, the principal at Live Oak, is that generally people who participate in sports or clubs or leadership, it's a certain type of person, but that kind of person is not the majority type of person attending our schools. And so I think, but obviously, everyone deals with mental health. They have opinions on their school, government, etc. And I think if we are able to understand those students and understand what they need and how to attract them to engage, I think we'll see a lot more participation, student engagement, and less absenteeism and more care about school. And again, like, I think taking advantage of students' willingness to participate and using them to maybe fill in the gaps for maybe we don't need a hired person position for this job, because honestly, like, students are definitely very willing to volunteer and help other students, or to be in a position where, I mean, honestly, I think a lot of students care about, especially right now, college is super competitive, and anything that can help them with their record, it's a really good incentive, to be honest. But yeah, I think I just wanted to consider maybe for certain positions, think about, can a student fill in for this?
Thank you. Did we have other hands up at this point? Superintendent Garcia, I see you grabbing your mic. Or did you have something you wanted to say?
If there are no other comments, our recommendation stands, approval of the budget stabilization plan as presented.
Do we have any motions either to do that or something different? Vice President Andrade?
I motion that we approve the recommendations with the stipulation that it's not, with the understanding that it's not necessarily permanent, it's something that it's a working document, and that we're able to modify in January and February. Is that correct?
So perhaps I add a question to that. When would we look at this topic as a board again after this?
If I may add, so these recommendations would be sent to the County Office of Ed to address their request for a plan. So this is the first step in that plan. The next key step is a governor's budget. We'll have a better sense of those additional dollars. We're cautiously optimistic we'll be able to build those in. Second interim will be in March, but what we need, what staff needs, is the next several weeks to implement these cuts, the 8 FTE and the 4 management, in addition to the additional reviews.
Does that, may I?
Please,
okay.
please.
Does that allow for further investigation into what programs are being efficient, what program, they're making decisions based on data, that this program is working, this program at this site isn't working, and making those cuts there?
That's part of the additional analysis, in addition to seeking input from students specifically, and how these reductions will impact them.
I bring that up because I know there were some concerns in a list of programs, and there was no data to back it up to see, is this working, is this not working, and examining those peer mentors and things like that.
Okay, and so the March 2nd interim, what you're suggesting would be the next major review at this board level. Is that at the first meeting in March, and then when do the notices have to go out?
They would have to go prior to March 15th.
15th, so that's not a lot of time. It seems to me, like as we're discussing this, that a meeting in between there, after the January revise from the governor, and before, okay, here's the plan, vote on it or not, being under a deadline, probably sometime in February might be a necessary step as we continue, particularly with a lot of new folks here, but even for now, the oldest guy here is oldest in terms of years on the board. I don't think from now all the way till March until we discuss this.
We can provide an update in February. So after the governor issues his budget and we can see the impact on the MYB.
February 11th, that would be.
Our next board, yeah, that would be February 11th. Mhm.
So would you like to amend your motion with more detail?
Yes, I'm just trying to grasp the wording. It's 10 PM.
Allow me to try a friendly suggested
Okay.
amendment. I'll make a
I
friendly.
need for the teachers in the room, I need a sentence frame, please.
I'll make a friendly amendment to approve submitting this plan to the county with the proviso that further detail and another deep look at this will come back to the board at the first meeting in February prior to final action in March. Is that acceptable?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I'm proposing.
Okay. And then trustee Altman?
Question, are we actually going to be looking at the fiscal stability plan again, or are we just going to be looking at our budget? And this is a one-shot deal, right?
We will be providing an update in February.
On what?
The impacts of these cuts, precisely what
Okay, but-
Vice President
but
Andrade amended her motion.
Right, but that's when we're moving into the budget portion. It's my understanding this is the recommendation, but we don't have to follow it. It doesn't lock us in, it's just giving guidance. Am I really off on that? I mean, this is like we are identifying some cuts, but ADA is going up right now. It looks like, things might get better. We don't have to cut everything. But this is giving the guidance for moving forward. But we come back to the budget, but not back to the fiscal stability plan. That's going to the county in the next week.
Well, I
correct?
mean, we will send an update to the county with our second interim in March.
Right, but that's not this part. This part, we're just voting on this plan, and then we move into our own budget process using this information. We're not going to vote, or am I, gosh.
I'm not sure, I don't know, I don't fully comprehend the question.
But let me try it, because I'm not clear. What you are doing with our staff's recommendation is to implement $6.3 million, and part of that is reducing the reserves to 10%, giving direction to staff to implement this, with the proviso that we are continuing to seek input, talking to students, doing analysis, what's working, what's not working, and making decisions based on that. We then come back to staff, to the board in February to provide an update on our progress.
To then examine what exactly this, maybe it may not be as deep.
Right, but then we're moving into our own board, not into this part, so, into our own budget.
Trustee Gardner?
Thank you. So if I have not had the experience leading up to this that I have had, I would probably vote yes on that. My concern is I have asked specific questions that nobody on this board knows about except for Trustee Altman, and then I copied Trustee Gaddis Northrup. I've not gotten any answers. I didn't even get an acknowledgement from Superintendent Garcia. I got kind of a strange email from past President Escoto, and I really feel that if we're going to go this route, I need to know I can trust that whatever information is available should be shared. So for me to make specific requests and be told, sorry, can't do that, is very odd to me and very concerning. So I do struggle with trusting that.
Fair. So we can perhaps come back to that under future agenda items. We do have a process for anybody to bring up a particular request, and then we vote. If there's at least 4 votes, that would be fulfilled. So just to be clear, back to kind of get close to the rules of order, Ms. Schrieffer, do you have a clear view of the amended motion that Vice President Andrade has made?
Yes, I have approved submitted plan to the county with further detail. We'll come back to the board in February for a final approval in March.
Does that reflect your intention, Vice President?
Yes.
Okay, do we have a second for that motion? I see.
I will second that.
Okay, trustee Marquez, second. Student board member, your preferential vote, please.
I guess before I do it, well, it's gonna be I either way, but
Yeah,
I just like to clarify.
I think your mic might be off.
Sorry. I just want to clarify that this is more of a plan for what our budget will be, and then March 2nd, the second interim, will be our actual like finalized budget that we're gonna go through with over the course of the year.
That's correct. A plus, A plus. I'm not qualified to give grades, but I'm going to hand one out anyway. Okay, very good. So, and that's a comment and an aye from our student board member. Other trustees, if you agree, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed or abstaining?
No.
No.
Trustee Munson, I'm sorry, I just didn't hear. Did you? Huh? Did you say aye or
are you
no?
voting
Did you
yes
say
or
aye
no?
or nay? Okay, I'm sorry. I couldn't see your face and I couldn't hear. No, I'm not being rude. I just don't want to miss anybody. Okay, so do you have that, Ms. Schrieffer? Okay, now, our board policy requires our meeting to end at 10:30 unless otherwise extended. I'm suggesting that somebody make a motion to extend the meeting. I hope we can do the rest of this prior to 11:30. Maybe I'll just go ahead and make a motion to extend it. Okay, 11. I'm going to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock. Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, student board member?
Aye.
Other trustees, if you agree, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstaining?
With a bio break, please.
I'm sorry.
With a bio break, please.
With a bio break. Okay, once we finish this, we will take a short break, okay? So did we have any opposition or abstentions? Seeing none, we will do that, and it's 10:17. Let's really get back here in 3 minutes, 10:20, so we can all then go home. Thank you.
Hello.
Come on, I don't know if I can stay that long. That's what I felt on my first meeting. I was like, really keep my eyes open. I mean, I kind of have like a migraine right now.
I did too. I took two Excedrin.
I need to get like fluorescent light glasses.
Yeah, these are like,
With that?
these are computer glasses.
You got it. Okay, so I need to go back. K3, approved plan for English learner success. Assistant Superintendent Jimenez, you are here. We've been ignoring you
Buenas
for hours.
noches. Good evening. I just wanted to say that the president of DLAG will say that there's going to be a test at the end of this, so I hope you read the plan. This was just joking a little bit because we really appreciate her being here. So, trustees, tonight we bring to you for review and your approval tonight our English Learner Plan for Success. And this plan, as you've seen in the presentation, has been in the works for a couple of years. And so we're really grateful for all the wonderful collaboration to bring the vision and this plan forward. So I'm going to ask Ms. Schrieffer if she could put our presentation up. And so I'm going to go pretty swiftly on this presentation.
You have 4 seconds per slide, go.
Go. So I'm just going to tee it up for you as we tee up the presentation. Slide 1, so we're not going to spend a lot of time there. It's just to give you a nuance, right, of some of the terminology in essence. In the olden days, our last plan for English learner success was called, can you go to the next slide, please? I'm under the terminology now. Thanks. Was called the EL Master Plan. We've all moved away from that because it has the word master has some really negative connotations to some our community groups. And so we want to, in the way of being inclusive, we thought that plan for English learner success has a positive resonance of what we're doing and what our values are in Morgan Hill. Next slide, please. This slide really shows the sort of intricacies in the weave when you create a plan for English learner success. So in this plan is outlined the federal requirements, where there's a slide that you're going to see some nomenclature that says like EL01. Those are the federal statutes because we're required by law to provide services to English learners. There are some state requirements. Then we have our English learner roadmap, which was approved by a state board of education in 2017. We have our plan that is really well aligned with our LCAP and our goals. And then those things are all sort of interwoven and aligned all the way that it trickles down to the sites with the school plans for student success, achievement, which trustees will see again in late spring for implementation for the next school year. Next slide. So a little bit about the English Learner Roadmap. This is a document and a really great policy from the California Department of Education. Like I said, it was adopted by the State Board of Education in 2017. If you just Google CDE EL Roadmap, there is a great website with a lot of information. But one of the essence that the State Board of Education did across California was thinking about sort of like the pillars, right? The principles of when you are constructing policy and guidance. So the one thing I would say for all of the plans for English learner success, they are policy and guidance documents. So it won't tell you what happens to English learners on Tuesday at 9 a.m. at the high school, for example, right? It is a policy document. And so that policy is driven by these principles from the English Learner Roadmap, and they're about looking at our students as assets and considering all the ways that they're resilient and what they bring to our wonderful schools. It's about thinking about the intellectual quality of instruction, what is good first-year instruction. So you're going to see a lot of refrains with what the work that we do here in Morgan Hill with instruction. It's about creating systems and conditions that support effectiveness. So that is that's the third pillar, right? There's a lot of alignment to like what are the federal statutes and compliance items, right? And what are the things that we do together to support English learners? And the last one is it's about alignment and articulation within across our systems. And that really is what the plan captures in a multitude of ways. So we wanted to give a lot of credit to our folks at the CDE who put the California EL Roadmap together for us to use as guidance. If you go to the next slide, I just wanted to sort of like, as you read that document at your leisure, because it is 150 pages, one of the things that you'll see, this is a great slide that shows you every chapter, the title of the chapter, and then you'll see in our plan that with the exception of chapter 1, the rest of the chapters have a little green box at the very top of the beginning of the chapter. And that's because that box outlines what are the federal and state statutes that we're required to implement. So that's where you see on chapter 2 is a chapter on family and community engagement. And then you'll see on that top box in that chapter that it talks about EL01. And that is because there are federal and state requirements of the type of partnership that we have with our parents, right, to provide parent engagement and what those components should be. So we just wanted to make sure that you realize it's 6 chapters, and some of them are a little bit meatier than others. But they all work in tandem together, as in that second slide in our presentation. The next couple of slides are just me doing a shout out, so I'm going to do that really quickly. These are all the folks that help contribute to this plan, and I can't tell you, I mean, this is 18 months into the being in this position, and I got the draft, and I am incredibly grateful. So I know it's late, and they probably not going to hear it, so I'm going to tell them to listen to the Zoom recording. But there's a lot of people, a lot of work went to creating this plan and making sure it was thoughtful, reflective of our vision and values, and that they did a lot of work and looking at all the instruments and documents from the last 2 years. They did lots of professional development. They looked over 10 different plans. We did have Norma Palmer, who was here to support us in that group, and she was somebody who was, a Morgan Hill employee. So it was a group effort. So I want to make sure that I give a lot of thank yous and kudos to all the contributors together, because it is a group effort. Can you go to the next slide? I really want to thank, here's when I'm going to do my shout out to President Ramirez. So a thank you for our DLAC, because DLAC is the representative body that actually is approving the EL plan for student success. They actually reviewed every single chapter. And so our meetings in DLAC are once a month for 2 hours. We cover a lot of great topics. It's a shame that Director Corina Sapien is not here right now, but she actually went to the adult school because that closes at 9 p.m. in case you didn't know and you wanted to pay a visit. And so DLAC spent month after month after month, look at every chapter, providing feedback, going through protocols to provide the best feedback, and having a lot of clear understanding of the impact of their voice at the table to be able to provide direct support and feedback on this. So a great deal of thank you to our DLAC president, Ms. Cindy Ramirez, for her leadership. So le voy a dar las gracias a la presidenta en español por todo su trabajo en DLAC, de todo el trabajo que hicieron con este plan para el éxito para los aprendices de inglés. Estamos muy agradecida con usted. So she presided over those meetings with her gavel too, so we could all be on track. Right. Le dije que también tiene una garrotita para ponernos en orden cuando estamos haciendo las reuniones. On the next slide, we're going to go through that pretty fast. We wanted to give you a sense of the development phases of the plan, because I think that is something that trustees are always wanting to know. Who came to the table? Whose voices did we hear? Did we have enough feedback? Was there enough parent components, right? Did we hear all the voices that this plan of guidance and policy is going to implement? And you can see from this one and the next slide, which I'm going to ask Ms. Schrieffer to go to, that it was a very iterative process, right? We write a little bit, we create a draft, we go out and get feedback, then we write a little bit, we go out, and then there was a lot of revision at the end. And so we just wanted to show you so that when you are in the community and you either attend ELAC or DLAC and you meet with our community and you have an opportunity to really, I'm going to say this because, this is my 36th year in public education. And this is not my first rodeo, nor is this my first plan for English learner success. This is one of the best plans. I am really proud of the work. If you take anything tonight, it is about the incredible dedication of a lot of people, staff, but also our parents from every single one of our schools giving 4 or 5 months of each of their meetings to give feedback, right? And they did their homework. They came with their binder and we don't like this should be better, we need better communication. So it's a very iterative process and a lot of great work went into that. I'm just going to give you a brief tour, right? And because I know you're going to take your time when you can't sleep and you're going to read it. But just chapter 1 is the next slide, and it has the guiding principles. So it's a very good document for you to, if there's one chapter that you want to read probably as a trustee, it's probably chapter 1, our vision, our mission, what's the purpose of this document, right? And then how is it going to impact the different parts of components, whether they are compliance items, state statutes, and good practices in our district, and its alignment to what we do in Morgan Hill. So that's chapter 1. I'm going to ask Ms. Schrieffer, she can go to the next one. You're going to read that. Go to the next one as well. Chapter 2 is community and family and community engagement partnership. I really want to highlight that family and community engagement isn't just something that's a nice to do. It is one of the 8 state priorities in the state of California. It is written into our LCAP because as such, we are responsible to build those strong home and school connections. And it's the way that we partners. Director Sapien, which is unfortunate she's not here right now because I really wanted to give her a shout out. She has been working on the family and community engagement plan. So what you'll see in the plan are these 6 strategies that we're going to be using and we have been using to leverage and build and create welcoming environments for all of our parents, build those strong homeschool connections and ensuring that our parents are active participants in their child's education. And that chapter 2 includes a lot of things. So if you really want to know, like, what are some of the parent groups that are available for our parents, either by statute or by the district, you can look into that. We designed chapter 2 so that our parents could jump into any part of that chapter and get a real sense of what it is to be a parent in Morgan Hill and use that as a tool that they can take back to their sites and have conversations. So you're going to see their strategies, you're going to see the role of ELAC and DLAC, but you're also going to see, for example, like, what's the role of the Director of Family and Community Engagement? What's the role of our community liaisons? What questions should I be thinking about as I think about a student conference, for example? How do I prepare for that? So one of the things that our beautiful DLAC parents and other members of the community shared with us is that they wanted a policy guide, but in addition, can it be used a way that it's an active tool for us so that we can disseminate that? And maybe just, even if you just took chapter 2 out, you can use it as a learning tool in our community. So that's chapter 2. And I'm going to skip the next slide because it talks about the 6 strategies that are embedded, and I'm going to go to the next slide. One of the things that our parents gave us a lot of feedback was, you know, we want to be able to go through this document and really get the essence of what each chapter delineates, right? And at the end of every chapter, you're going to see a box that says, what do schools need to do? Because one of the things that we heard from our parents is, like, you're giving us great information, but at the end, because it's a lot of edukeys, right? It's a lot of different terms. It's a lot of progress monitoring, things that as educators we know really well. Our parents said, could you just kind of give me a synopsis at the very end that says, what should schools be doing to implement this chapter? Right? So what should we be on the lookout if I'm a parent or if I'm a community member? So in chapter 1, this is what we have in the end of, chapter 2, this is what we have at the end of that. Schools should be providing welcoming environments. They need to schedule meetings with parents. They need to provide childcare and snacks. We heard that really well. There needs to be translation and interpretation, right? Information is presented in an engaging manner. Parent leadership is encouraged. Think of all the great work that we do in FACE. And then schools seek parent invoice. So we sort of synthesize for anybody who can jump in. And if they don't speak education, right, and they don't do this work every day, they can go to that chapter and say, I know what this chapter is about, and I know the key takeaways. So we're going to jump to chapter 3. And this is one that's a lot of heavy in compliance items, right? Because we are dictated as to how do we identify English learners? What program do we place them in? What are the methods of reclassification? And so those are by statute, by federal and state code, ed code as well. And then the next slide, Ms. Schreiber, if you don't mind, thank you. It's at the end of the chapter, what do schools need to do? They need to provide opportunities, right, to explain assessment and language to new students and families. At the end of our plan, you're going to see a lot of appendices so parents can have access to the letters. This plan is going to get translated once it receives board approval, so they'll be able to look at what are the communication methods, procedures and timelines. And then, of course, we dedicate some time in this chapter to talk about LPAC, right, and its impact on student achievement in a way to do data-informed decisions. And then what's the right of the parents to be able to access that information? So chapter 3. Let's move to chapter 4. So in a lot of our conversations with our instructional staff, we spent a lot of time in instructional. This is very kind of a meaty teacher, right? It's kind of centered. This is how do we provide, what kind of programs do we provide for students? What is English language development? What is integrated ELD? What is designated ELD? How do we serve students who happen to be dually identified as English learners and having IEPs? How do we monitor ELD progress? And then what does it mean when we serve students under the umbrella of multi-tier systems of support? So if you go to the next slide, what you'll see, here's what schools need to do. We need to understand the goals and design all the district's language acquisition programs with intentionality and focus. In the plan, you'll see quite a bit of, if you're an English learner in elementary school, here are your rights to designated ELD and integrated ELD, and this is what it looks like in secondary. We need to implement programs with fidelity, right? That includes professional development, compliance items, and lastly, we have to ensure, because it is the civil right of every single English learner, that they have designated ELD and integrated ELD on a daily basis until they are reclassified. So that's chapter 4. And then chapter 5 is a great chapter. I'm going to say that out of all the chapters, this is probably one of the skinniest ones. And the one thing I would tell trustees, because you're like, this is skinnier than all the other chapters, is that for us in Morgan Hill, our plans don't just get approved and they don't go on a shelf somewhere, right? They get revised, we implement them, we lean on them heavily. We're very intentional of the things that we create because they're going to be in use. Right? So this is a chapter all about how does this district support professional development? And so we had a lot of feedback from staff on this chapter as well. And then if you turn, I'm going to point back to the first slide that has all those contributors, right? They told us all the things that we need to think about as we provide professional development. Chapter 6 is really about, okay, so if you've identified students, you're engaging parents, you've created programs, right? You are thinking about staff professional development. The last one is, how are you going to monitor, evaluate, and be accountable for the results, right? How are you going to implement and then analyze those results? So it's very metrics focused. It's really about assessment. It's really about thinking how we are disaggregating data related to English learners, how we're going to make sure we monitor the students and their progress along the way. So if they start with us as TK, as level 1 students, when about do we start thinking about what the road for reclassification? And then once they get there, how will we have 4 years to monitor those students to make sure they don't need additional support? And if they do, then they receive that support. And it also talks a little bit about resource allocation. So it's a very good chapter for accountability purposes and a lot of the work that staff do across the district. And then the last thing there you go. What schools need to do? Engage in cycles of improvement as a mechanism for improving the education of English learners. It is why it's something that is part and parcel of what we do in Morgan Hill. Anytime we provide data for you, it's disaggregated. We tell you what the impact is, how when students are improvement, and what those goals are. In each of our sites, when you read the SIPSAs, you will know that there are metrics, right, aligned to improving the outcome from English learners. If you read our LCAP, Goal Focus 1.5 is a goal that specifically highlights the need to increase the achievement and outcomes for English learners, because in our district, 1 of 5 of our students is an English learner, right? Second thing, we make sure that we have great programs as are aligned by state statutes and also our internal programs. And then we have to use valid data and relevant data to assess how are we doing, right, in the progress of increasing outcomes for English learners, including at every of the sites a student plan for student achievement. And lastly, I want to leave you with, if the board approves this plan tonight, that we are going to be working internally on a communication and rollout of this adopted plan for student success. It is not going to be a shock for any of our educational partners because they've been providing a lot of feedback. They'll be like, okay, finally, you had the draft and you presented it to the board. But we are certainly going to take it back to our wonderful DLAC parents so that they can take it back to their sites and have conversations, right, to their prospective ELACs about what's in the plan. We certainly are going to think about the way we roll it out to administrators, right, to our collective partners, whether that's the LCAP Advisory Committee, the CTE leadership in our district. We have 2 wonderful curriculum councils in our district. We have an elementary council and a secondary council. They've all given feedback, but once the plan is approved, we go back and we present, right, certain aspects of it depending on where we are during the year. And as always, we are going to be sharing the implementation, the leveraging and referencing this plan as a guidance document with whatever we do in our outreach to families and communication. I really want to thank you. I thank you for bearing with me. That was a whirlwind, I know, and I'll take any questions if you have any.
Wonderful. Like Vice President Andrade?
I don't have any questions per se. I just wanted to thank you for this document. As a former ELD teacher for Morgan Hill Unified, this would have come in handy 10 years ago, so thank you.
You're very welcome. Well, we had a great team of people putting it together.
Other questions or comments? Please. Trustee Almond? Oh, she's just clapping. Did you? I had one quick question. I noticed the 55 languages, which is amazing, and then later, translation and interpretation resources. I see us doing that in the Spanish language often, but I'm wondering about the other 53.
Okay, so I can give you the compliance answer and then the other answer. So Google does, every single language you can think of. By federal statute, we're required to provide translation for every official communication that goes out from the district if your population is 15% or more of the student population. So if your Filipino population is above 15%, right?
15 or 50?
15. 15,
1.5. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
So that's a requirement, right? Every time it's 1.5, that you get out that has an official communication. And I mean, everything that goes out, that's official. The other side is anytime that we can get our hands on multiple languages, right? All these other things, we're not waiting for that 15%. So we have other resources at our disposal to do that, right? Everything from Google Translate to anything that's in AI that we translate. I know that I've purchased books and instructional materials in a variety of language because I have teachers saying, we have newcomers and they speak, right, Tagalog. So do you have anything in Tagalog? Okay, we're going to do our best to get those materials. So
One of the speakers at AEC had his AI alter ego give a speech in 6 different languages. It was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
So do we have any group over 15% other than English and Spanish?
No.
Okay, thank you.
There's other groups that are kind of close. They're getting there.
Right.
But we do our best for the instructional materials. I know, for example, at Paradise Valley, we have a growing population of Swahili-speaking students. And so that's been sort of our mission to get those materials for students as well. So.
Thank you.
And communication.
Thank you. Any others? Seeing none, do we have a motion to adopt this?
I move that we adopt the plan for English learner success.
Thank you, Trustee Altman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Gardner, for seconding. Okay. Yeah. Student board member?
Aye.
Thank you. Other trustees? Please say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Seeing none, that passes with a vote of 6. One trustee has had to go. Okay. We're getting there. Our next item is item K4, approve extension for submitting the audit report. Mr. Chang, I believe you're coming back. We've missed you.
Thank you. The staff is recommending the board approve this request to extend the audit. This is due to a couple of reasons. The transition in the business office and in consultation with our auditors, they're going to need some time to finish the audit report. So we're requesting the deadline to be extended to January 31st and then present the audit report in February.
Any questions? Trustee Altman.
So does the county office already know this?
Yes.
Okay.
Other questions? Okay, I will ask one. Is this indicative of a concern, or is it simply a matter of implementation? I mean, people that are watching might go, oh no, what's wrong? So please maybe characterize it a little bit more.
Yeah, there's no significant concern. We just needed, there was a gap in the transition, and so the auditors and the staff just needed additional time to complete all the analysis and the reports.
Okay, so don't worry, be happy. Very good. In that case, do we have a motion to approve this extension?
A motion to approve the extension.
Thank you, Vice President Andrade. Do we have a second? Thank you, Clerk Northrop Gaddis. Student board member? Aye. Okay, other trustees, please say aye if you agree.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Okay, that passes unanimously. Yeah, okay, we'll quickly go back to the communications items that were moved. Super, yeah, we're gonna come down, come back to the end. I think that was the request was to move these two Is before K7. So I'm trying to, so back to our Is, I think so the next one up is the superintendent's report, is that correct? Superintendent staff report? Sorry?
I can attach the presentation and send it out to the board trustees, so that'll save us a few minutes, unless you want me to provide my update.
Much appreciated.
I think we all love that idea. So the superintendent will attach she always puts together a nice slideshow. We'll both attach that to the agenda for future, reference, and we'll email it out to the board members. So that concludes item I2. Item I4, any board member just desperate to make a report? Seeing that everybody wants to go home, any board member reports will be moved to a later meeting. Coming back, okay, so we have 2 to go yet, K7 and then the readmission recommendation. So K7, any future agenda items? Trustee Altman?
Yeah, I would like the data snapshot provided, please.
It has been uploaded to our website. We can send out the hard copy to the board if you'd like, in my weekly update. It's on our website already.
Okay. Yes and done. That's the easiest request ever. Trustee or Vice President Andrade.
I would like to request that we place an item on future agenda to examine district property and facility utilization. Are we underutilizing or maximizing facility use? Additionally, looking at the monetary assessment value of the properties.
Okay, that's a fairly significant request. Do you need any clarification, staff, of what the request is? And then we'll need a majority vote to move forward with that, as is our process for any requests that involve a significant amount of time. So do you need any clarification?
I do not. Assistant Superintendent Cheng, do you need any clarification on that item? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so if you agree that you would like to see this at some future time, we're not setting the time right now, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, okay, you have 6 people that say yes, we would very much like to see that at a future meeting. Other future agenda item requests? Student board member.
I guess, I don't know if this is a bit early, but I guess I just want to do it now, just so I don't have to worry about it in the future. But I want to ask for consideration of pushing forward, like closer, the candidacy and running of the next student board member. I'd rather be in either August or summer or end of spring, if possible. And we can have discussion or whatever about it.
Okay, and just Superintendent Garcia, clarify, I can't recall if the scheduling of that is in policy or if that is something we've set as a board or staff or, where best to. So the request is to run the election for a student board member sooner, I think for 2 reasons. One, the student board member mentioned this to me after she went to a great session in AAC, so that we can get into the new school, there's not a gap. And also a chance for some cross-training, so I think that's the intention, is that correct?
Yes.
I too had an opportunity to speak to student board member Faruqi about this while we were at AEC. And we discussed the feasibility of moving it up to August. We can absolutely do that. The reason why I don't recommend that we have the elections in the spring is because we would not be including a quarter of the student body, the rising freshmen. And so although we could push it to the summer, we want to make sure that the students are all present, all 9th, 10th, and 11th and 12th grade students present to be able to vote. So we can absolutely work on a calendar to make sure that the election is held in August. And part 2 of what student board member Faruqi shared with me is because she wants to be able to, she'll start college later in the fall, and so she will have time for crossover training, et cetera. So we can absolutely commit to pushing it up to August. I would not recommend the spring.
Okay, so do we need board direction or action or policy changes on this, or is this
I'm already doing that.
something within your administrative authority that you and the student board member are working on? Okay, now as a student board member, Faruqi, if you don't, or if you aren't satisfied with that answer, you just like any of the adults sitting here, you can bring it back for further discussion. Okay? Is there anything else? Trustee Gardner?
So again, to make sure I'm clear, for the additional data that we had requested, or I had requested, and apparently I think others on the dais would like to get more into the weeds in relation to the budget, bringing those questions up, how are they to be handled? So
Yeah, thank you for that. So I haven't been in the loop on what those are. Is there a way you can
I'll just
summarize
email it.
verbally what the questions are, and maybe get some feedback from staff on what the time is involved in answering said questions? I don't know anything other than what you've said, so.
Unfortunately, I didn't bring my computer tonight, or I would read them out loud if that's what you wanted to do, but I can get them to you. I mean, their requests for most of them should be available. If not, something along the lines of that could probably be available. And I just wanted to open it up to others on the dais that if they have, I mean, my questions aren't necessarily the end all be all. Maybe other people have questions as well that they would like specifics on. So that I would like to not just have that be put out here and then I, again, don't get answers. I'd like those to be incorporated in our protocol so I do get answers.
Okay, well, perhaps you can forward those to me. That's
Sure.
not something quite where we can take action on it here tonight, but please send me the details.
I will definitely do so. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay. I guess the one item I'll mention is that, and the superintendent, I'm sure, is already thinking about this, but we'll in January need to look at the outside assignments. We have a number of new board members, so there are a number of related committees. Anyhow, there are a number of outside assignments, and that will need to be allocated. Ask Ms. Schrieffer to send out that current list to all the trustees now so they can be thinking about it, and then ask everybody you'll have questions for that, so you can either reach out to somebody. That list has who has had the job, and can reach out to them or to the superintendent or to myself or whatever, so that when we come to our meeting in January, you will be well informed on what those roles are, and we can then have the discussion about who's going to do what, because for your massive $240 a month stipend, there's more. Trustee Altman.
It seems to me like we need to get a retreat scheduled, like, is that being planned? Okay.
Yeah, we absolutely do. I haven't, do we have anything on?
Just got dates yesterday from. We'll send a doodle poll.
Okay, so Ms. Schrieffer got dates from who?
Our facilitator.
From the facilitator, okay. And in what month?
January.
Okay,
And-
so a doodle poll will be going out very shortly for dates for, and perhaps you could share, what the major items of that would be. Part of it, I think we'll need some board norming and forming, what are our agreements amongst each other of how we do what we do. Anytime there's a change, we have to do that. And what else is on that plan? Would there be a superintendent goals update?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else that people have in mind? I mean, that'll be a full day right there. Anything else we must do in session? Trustee Altman.
Not in that session, but if we have to be ready for notices in March, we have a board meeting, one in January, one in February, I believe, and then it's March. So I really think we're going to need it adding in a focus on the budget, if not a 4-hour retreat, absolutely a study session, so that people can get up to speed before we make the real
Yeah.
decisions.
So we don't have study sessions in November, December, January, or February on our current calendar? Okay. So we'll have to look at something around that.
Having the meeting.
Yeah. Is everyone in agreement? Yeah, or potentially, maybe, you know, if we could merge it into the retreat, that's a possibility. We need to set aside time for a more lengthy discussion on the budget.
That might be a slumber party.
Okay. All right. Very good. So I'm going to move on to our final item, the recommendation for readmission for student R24/25-004. We had a discussion with staff about this item in closed session where it belongs. So here what we do is I'll entertain a motion to approve the readmission plan.
I would like to make a motion to approve the recommendation for readmission of student R 24-25-004.
Thank you, Clerk Northrop Gaddis. Do we have a second? Thank you, Trustee Gardner, for seconding. All in agreement, say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Seeing none. In our last 4 minutes, would anyone like to make a motion to adjourn? I will. Trustee Gardner, motion to adjourn. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Ooh, I think I heard it 3 times. Second. Okay. The Vice President was closer to my ear. Oh, Marquez? Oh, sorry. Marquez gets the second. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned 3 minutes before our delayed deadline.
Thank you very much.